Doctor. Go ahead and turn that down. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Welcome in, Lover Gang. Welcome to another Lover Girl Confessions. I am your host, Rogue C. If you are new here, welcome in. Make sure that you are hitting that like button. Make sure you're sharing. Make sure you're subscribed. And make sure that you're leaving comments if you're A, part of the replay gang, or B, if you are here while we are live. Make sure you're in that chat. Say hi. Tell me what you're feeling. Tell me the real talk and what you're thinking about, right? I'm going to do a mic check real quick, but welcome in, Lover Gang. Welcome in. Who we got in the building already? Shout out to the little bro, Young Riaz. Hey, Young Riaz. Thank you so much for joining us today, bro. Shout out to Matthew Pearson. I knew Rogue C was toxic. LOL. Any SZA fan is. Listen, SZA is a lover girl, but listen, we will be toxic if you need us to be. Shout out to the nickname Toxie. But welcome, Matthew. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. So we're going to go ahead and get into this. If y'all can just let me know if the mic is good. Welcome in, Cammie. Hello, little sis. Welcome in, beautiful. Cammie, make sure you stick around real quick. I want to make sure I get you modded up for me real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me go ahead and get Cammie, a.k.a. the Riz God. Let's go ahead and get her a mod. Hold on. Also, y'all, can I get a mic check, please? And thank you. Cammie. There we go. Shout out to you. Hey, Lover Gang Roo. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello. Shout out to you. My mic is good. I appreciate you always for the mic check. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and get into this because we're going to get a little messy. I'm going to get a little messy. You know, yesterday, Rogue C got a little saucy. We're going to try to keep it cute today. Today is going to be brought to you by... Can I get it in my Black Girl Magic? We're doing some Riesling. So shout out to Black Girl Magic. They are a Black owned brand. I am having an amazing Riesling with them. This is an amazing drink. So y'all pour up your glasses because we're going to get messy today. We don't have to be here all night if y'all don't want to be though. All right. So you know what's funny, right? Some men actually know more about lace fronts than women actually wearing them, right? And we're going to get into that as well because I got some videos for y'all. Hold on, let me go ahead and move the banner. Why I gotta have a big head? Happy Saturday to you, Lover Gang willing to win. I got a big head, y'all. I mean, I do. I do have a little cranium on me, but that means I'm smart. That means I have a big brain too. So whatever, willing to win. I like my big head. I think it's cute. But thank you. Welcome in, willing to win. Hello, hello. Willing to win, you made me distracted. I'm trying to move this banner. Hold on. There we go. So, like I said before Lover Gang wanted to bully me, make sure you hit the like, make sure that you are subscribed. If you are able to, we do have a $50 goal. So if you are able to contribute, I don't have the Cash App scrolling. Y'all are letting Lover Girl Rogue C just kind of mess up right now, and I don't appreciate it. That's some hating stuff. Y'all are some haters today instead of Lover Gang. Thank you so much. This is one of my favorites. I just got this one. Well, I've been had it, but I actually just got to kind of wear it for y'all. I thought it was going to be really cute with the fit. So I appreciate you, Cammie. Thank you so much. Nah, I know willing to win. I love it. I love it. Listen, we could take a joke here at Lover Gang. As y'all can tell, your girl is very durable and, we go through it. Thank you, Lover Gang. All right. Back to what I was saying before we got distracted. So you know what's funny? How these men love to act like they hate these wigs and weaves and the makeup that women wear, but they know more about it than women that are actually wearing it, right? They know the difference between the 13x4 and the 5x5 closures. They know HD lace, right? They know frontals. They know closures. They know if the glue is lifting. And they know when the foundation doesn't match the rest of your body. So these men are always seeming to be in women's business. And, when it comes down to it, we do have to recognize the fact that it is a little strange, but do the men actually have, reason for being this way? Shout out to you, Red Lipsticks. Y'all, this is going to be an open panel and an open conversation. We're just going to have fun on a Saturday. So if y'all are able to, please stick around so we can have the conversation. But they know a wig from Amazon versus one that costs thousands of dollars. And at some point, I do have to ask myself, when did y'all become cosmetologists? When did y'all go? When did y'all go to cosmetology school? We graduated the same year? Because if I didn't know any better, right? I think that a lot of these men secretly want to be beauty influencers. So we're talking about this tonight. We're going to talk about why so many men seem so invested in women's beauty routines, but we're also going to challenge the women too. Because maybe, just maybe, everybody isn't everybody's business. So we're going to talk about it, y'all. Because like I said, and y'all, those who have been in Lover Gang, y'all kind of saw a little back and forth on why we're even doing this show in the first place. And I do want to know, why does it feel like men have so much to say about a woman's appearance? Not saying that it's not warranted, and also not saying that they don't have valid opinions to it, but it does just seem like it's too much too much at too much. Oh my goodness, it's too much at inappropriate times, if you understand what I'm saying. So we're going to get a little uncomfortable with the conversation, with respect, with the idea of accountability, and just enough to, actually really get this conversation going. So ladies, please don't get defensive. Fellas, don't get comfortable, because we're going to catch strays. Even Rogue C. Y'all see Rogue C has switched up the style for you, as I do. So even Rogue C will catch a stray. So let's go ahead and get into my first segment, and then I'm going to play some videos for y'all, okay? So why do men care so much in the first place? And I do really want to know, seriously, so please pop off in the chat. When I hear these conversations, when I see these debates, when I see these tweets, right? Another man is explaining why he hates the wigs and the weave, why makeup is fake, why the lashes are too long, why nails are ridiculous, why women shouldn't wear what they wear, right? Why BBLs are ruining society. And my question is, why does this occupy so much space in your mind as men? Because if she's not your woman, what exactly did her wig do to you? How did another woman's lace front affect your mortgage, your credit score, your happiness? Fellas, help me understand this, please. So I do want to be fair, though, because we do know that men are allowed to have preferences, right? The same way that women have preferences. So women, we can say, I don't like a short man. I don't like a broke man. I want a man with nice teeth. I like a man with muscles. I want a man that's well groomed. And nobody is going to call us controlling about that. But I do need to understand that maybe the issue isn't that men are having preferences, but I think it's how y'all are talking about it, how you guys are expressing your preferences, right? And I think that's where we actually have an issue. Welcome in, Chris. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, thank you so much, Willing to Win. I appreciate you. Hi, Misty Blue. Welcome in, love. Good to see you again. Also, my bad. Red lipstick vibes. Shout out to you. Happy belated birthday, love. I hope you enjoyed your day. Hi, T. Please make sure I'm gonna drop the link, y'all. So, T, if you want to come up, we're already gonna have a good conversation about it. Welcome in, Jay Brown. Let's see. Hard-headed bed bugs. Got oh my. Ooh, I'm praying for you. I hope you bomb and do what you need to do because that's crazy. So yeah. So men, I need to know, do y'all genuinely care? Has social media pretty much rewarded men for criticizing women? Because that's what it kind of comes off as. The more and more you guys yell and say, I hate when women do this, I hate how this is coming off with women, the more it comes off like you guys are getting cheerleaded into, yeah, F those women, what they're doing. And y'all kind of get a sick kick out of that. And those type of clips do go viral when it comes down to men always complaining about wigs and weave, makeup, nails, lashes. So I do want to know, what do y'all really get out of it when you're trying to tell women that aren't even your woman about how they're appearing? Welcome in. Hi, Magnetar. Yes, the swear jar is open. So if y'all start cussing, especially when we open up the panel, it is $5 for the cuss words. So I appreciate you, Magnetar, for reminding me. Welcome in. Let's see. Welcome in, Sand. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Just got new wallpaper. Good evening. I hope you're enjoying your new wallpaper. I hope the renovations are going great. Welcome in, Dalawasha. Thank you so much for joining. And welcome in, Chicago. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm gonna be a little messy, right? So I'm gonna start here because again, when I hear men who are just so concerned about the wigs and the weaves and the makeup and everything, I kind of have to give a little pushback. All right. So y'all ready for this? Prepare for this, please. Because this kind of gets a little messy. So let's start here.
How he went from this to this in 2 hours. First, I put on a wig cap to create a barrier between their real hair and the wig. I had never done this technique before, but my sixth sense told me to shave the hairs that were sticking out. Oops, I was wrong to listen to that voice. Let's start over. The fastest way to learn is by making mistakes. So my friend, fail and fail fast. I spray the hairspray with a strong hold. It allows adhesion between the hair and the wig. Best employee
around
comments so I can make more. It's time to cut off the excess wig cap and apply the glue.
Okay. So we're giving some man wigs. Let's talk about this. It's a cute little braided style. So gentlemen, y'all have your own bundles because a lot of times people love to say it's out of jealousy. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to start that off real quick because a lot of people love to say that it is out of jealousy, right? That it is out of the reasons that women can kind of be artificial, that women don't have to look like who they are. And it kind of seems like you guys are a little jealous, but as you can see, gentlemen, y'all have options too. Y'all can go ahead and get that lace laid if you want to. And that I see like no need to complain, right? We can all be equal. We can all have the little bundles, the, hair full if you want to. You don't have to be bald. Not y'all trying to listen. We're not going to listen. So ladies, so Cammy, hold on. Cammy, you say you wouldn't go for a man with a man weave? You wouldn't go for a man with a lace front? Because they are allowed to do it. They're doing it. There is thunder going on, but thunder is okay. It's okay. Thunder is okay. It's just going to be a little rainy. It's been hot outside, so, we're going to cool off the air. You have to do hard platforming to get to the end, by the way. Go ahead. Have fun. I know. Thank you, sweetheart. Shout out to Lever Gang Caleb. There is a little storm going on, so if you guys are having any stormy weather, y'all definitely please be safe. Listen, Cammy, so you saying no? So hold on. Cammy saying it's a double standard. I'm sorry. Most women ain't going. If he took his braided cornrow weave off, we going out the door. Listen, listen. Okay, so I think somebody asked me yesterday, as a cosmetologist, I might kind of have fun playing in a man weave man unit. I think I could kind of zhuzh it up. I can make sure that lace is pretty unclockable. I think it could be fun, Cammy. But ladies, let me know. Are we going with the man wigs and weaves? Hi, Lady Quantum. Welcome in, boo. Thank you so much for joining. So, Lady Quantum, I don't know if you saw, so I'm gonna play it for you real quick. Are you going with the man wigs and the man weaves? And fellas, y'all aren't telling me. Are y'all gonna wear it? Y'all wearing the man wigs and weaves too?
Protect my energy from your bad aura. Now my pastor say I be mine, everything I design. I go receive my rhythm, flow like a river. If you get your back.
Lady Quantum, you going? Cause listen, it did make him look better. If you do have a balding man, ladies, are we not wanting them to look the best that they can look? Look at this. All these gentlemen, they go from the hairline all the way pushed back, and then they come out looking fresh as could be. Are we really upset about that, y'all? Look at this. Hold on.
Really not that bad. It just needs a little shaping. To the salon!
He's giving a full tutorial, y'all. Hold on. Lord, he's gonna put it in the Laurie seasoning. Okay, that just stressed me out a bit. Hold up. He's gonna put it in the Laurie seasoning container. Hold on. We gonna trust the process. Hold up, y'all. And then he's gonna give us a light skin face. Ladies, are you not going? Are we not entertained with this? Does he not look better? Like, are we really gonna sit here and be like, we're not going? I mean, besides the Lori seasoning, because I'm gonna be mad, respectfully, if your hair smell like Lori's. But are we not going? Quantum's talking about some bye. Quantum. He did look handsome at the end of the day. Can we at least admit that, ladies? He did look very handsome. Well, in the way, you're not going? You're not going to try the man units? What about, okay, fellas, so what about if you are balding? Are you just going to embrace the bald, or what do you do? What are y'all going to do? I need a man's man. So a man wearing a wig isn't a man's man, Cammy? Hold on. So let's see. Yeah, I'm over here on the East Coast. So yeah, it's raining. Y'all need some rain? Listen, it's been randomly storming all around where I'm at. What kind of reel he made? So Cammy is saying it's feminine. Dr. Quantum is saying she's not going. Okay. All right. So now I have to be a little messy and I have to stir the pot then. So ladies, with that being said, see, he was handsome. But see, ladies, I do have to be a little messy and stir the pot then. So with that being said, do the men have a point when it comes down to the preference of having a natural woman versus having the wigs and weave? Because if y'all are saying you're not going, or that you think it's feminine, I do want to understand why we wouldn't really want the superficial or the artificial hair on men, but we can put it on ourselves. And this is coming from a woman who has no issue with wigs and weaves, right? Because at the end of the day, men are saying, I love natural women. Cool, right? Okay, whatever. But what do they actually mean by the idea of natural? Do you mean no wig, no lashes, no makeup, no acrylic nails, no fillers, no expensive hair appointments, no designer beauty products, right? Or do men mean, I need a woman who's cheaper to maintain? Because that's what I'm hearing, right? Because sometimes I hear men describe their dream woman, and what they're really describing is someone who is just extremely low maintenance, especially with the little beauty maintenance that they do. So is it really about the natural beauty, Or is it really about the lifestyle, fellas? Because again, it does come off like, okay, if it's not jealousy, because we saw the men that put on the man wigs and weaves too. But if it's not jealousy, it does seem like you want a woman that is more affordable. And I've been told, honestly, and ladies, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes down to how men approach you, usually they kind of approach you at your bummiest, right? When you're going to the gas station pumping gas and you're not looking your best, when you're going to Walmart and all that, that's when men really feel the most comfortable approaching you, right? At the gym, when you're working out, you're sweaty, the makeup might not really be lasting as long, or you're not even wearing any makeup. And that's when men feel comfortable approaching you. And I've had conversations to the point where now it makes me think, are you only talking to me because I look affordable? Are you only talking to me because I look like you can maintain me? Because I do notice, and ladies, correct me if I'm wrong, do you feel like you get approached more when you're looking a little less made up? Or do you get approached more when you're on your baddest? I look affordable? I hope I look affordable. Listen. Roxy enjoys a good beauty. I enjoy a good little beauty routine as much as the next woman does. But, I don't want to look like I'm just not approachable. I do want people to understand that just because I do like to be dolled up, I do like to be, on my beauty guru. Every now and then I can be a cute little beauty guru. But no, all jokes aside, right? I do like to make sure that people do know that Roxy is not a B word. Roxy is not someone that you just can't come across and just say hey and hello to. It's just a matter of when I do think about the whole dating scene, ladies, are you having more issues, or not really issues, but are you seeing more men approach you because you're not all the way dolled up and made up? And do they kind of stop approaching you more when you are all the way made up? Hold on. Dr. Quantum says, because that version of you isn't trying to be something else. So Quantum, do you feel like when we're wearing makeup or just doing any other beauty routine, we're trying to be something other than ourselves? I'm not going to say that that's not all women, because we do know there are a lot of women that try to cover up flaws, that try to make themselves someone that they're not. I will give you that. But do you really feel like a lot of times that's the situation? Because that is very interesting if that's what we're thinking. Ooh, they can't afford the chick. I mean, Cammy, listen, I do think it's very interesting. And hello to everyone that's coming in. Please make sure that you're hitting the like. Make sure you are subscribing. And if you can, please share out the video. We are so close, y'all, to the 500 subscriber goal, as well as I'm going to keep producing as much content as possible. Once we hit that goal, we will also try to go to the 1,000 subscriber goal. So please, I have so much content that I want to give y'all. Please make sure you're sharing this out. If you're not subscribed, please make sure to hit that subscribe button. We do have a $50 goal today, y'all. So if you guys can go ahead, if you are in a place where you can donate and be in a generous position, we do have a $50 goal. The Cash App is RogueC19. I definitely appreciate you. So Cammy is saying she wants a natural man, and I respect his decision 100%. Let's see. No, for me, it's because, oh crap, I might not see her ever again. Let me say hi. Okay, so you're approaching women just in general because you want to say hi to a woman. I'll give you that, Magnetar. I like that. All right, shout out to you, Royce. Maybe men just like natural beauty. Okay, so Royce, tell me what natural beauty means. Natural beauty doesn't look cheap to me. So are you saying that the more made up version looks cheap? Please do as Willing to Win says and like the video. I hate that women turn on filters when they look good without it. It seems like a low self-esteem situation. So we can also talk about that. Ladies, have you ever been at your least confident or had low self-esteem and you felt like a filter actually kind of hyped you up, made you feel better? Because I've been guilty of using filters. I like a good filter every now and then. I kind of like how filters do like the color contrast. My favorite ones are always like the filters that make the video or the picture look like an old school 1990s camera. I don't necessarily feel like at the point I'm at now, I use filters for hiding anything or masking my beauty. But I do like a good little filter if, it has like a little cool perk, Royce. So I feel you. Royce M called you the new standard of beauty and excellence. Rue agrees. What do you think, Roxy? I think that I was raised up to always put my best foot forward, especially when being in front of people. And, that was always something that I lived by when my grandfather would always tell me to make sure, my grandmother would always tell me to make sure that when people see you, you always look put together. So that was a standard for them. I do feel like my grandparents put a lot of standards and excellence in me. So I can agree, but it's because I was raised to always make sure I put my best face forward. Natural beauty is more attractive because it's you. And I get that, y'all. Don't get me wrong. I get that. But as a cosmetologist, I do have to argue that makeup, hair, and all that, the extensions, the nails, all that was never to actually mask your natural beauty. It was meant to enhance your natural beauty. When women wear eyelashes, it actually draws more attention to the natural eye, right? Especially if you are somebody who might have smaller eyes, who might have bigger eyes. Certain things kind of just enhance things. If you are somebody like me, I make the joke all the time. My mom, I was born in the 90s. At that time, they were plucking their eyebrows all the way through. So my mom, I feel like in utero, I lost all my eyebrows because that's just how much they were plucking them in the 90s. With that being said, though, when I do enhance my beauty, it doesn't mean I'm not trying to make myself look as natural as possible. I do this to show y'all, even with makeup and everything, it doesn't have to be a lot. It doesn't have to be anything that just mask who you are. So even when Roxy is putting on makeup, it's not because Roxy is ashamed of her natural beauty. And I don't think a lot of women are ashamed of their natural beauty. The same way that you just put on lip gloss every day, it just enhances something. So, I appreciate y'all for commenting on this, but I think natural beauty and when you do want to doll yourself up, both can be beautiful. Both can be who you are. I don't think one makes you less than the other. Welcome in, twin. No weave. What you're wearing. Listen, again, y'all know Roxy loves a good wig every now and then, but I like to have fun. I think we also ignore the point of when makeup and hair, nails, and all that is artistry. So I need people to remember that the same way with art can just express who you are. Art is just fun, right? When women do the most extravagant makeup, when women do the most extravagant things, if you've ever been to a hair show in Atlanta, right? They do the craziest, most extravagant things with the hair because at that point you are just expressing artistry and it's fun. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Welcome in, Zoomer. I like my women early morning. Zoomer, what'd I say about trolling me in my own chat? You're going to get timed out. Please, let's go ahead and make sure we're hitting the like, y'all, if you are coming in. And see, Quantum understands filters can be fun. I don't really make a big deal out of makeup, but when I see a natural baddie, it's definitely catching my eye. So, Royce, I do have a little issue because I do have an issue with some men that also don't know the idea of natural. 9 times out of 10, if she's wearing lip gloss, that's not natural. 9 times out of 10, if she's wearing elastic extensions, that's not natural. And I think it's okay. When you just want to enhance what God has naturally given you and blessed you with, it is beautiful to go ahead and just have fun with it. I don't think women are right or wrong for it. I don't think I'm any less natural than the day I wake up when I don't have to put on a face of makeup. I just like how I look with it. I like how I look without it. I do my natural skincare in the morning. So even if I come to y'all barefaced, it's still going to be Roxy in her most beautiful. Both are me. Both are true. Both are Roxy. Welcome in, Smitty. Much respect to you, beloved. Have an awesome live and weekend. Gonna listen in for a second. Thank you. Please make sure you are smashing that like button. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up with y'all. Wait, where did we talking about Kung Fu? I just like clean, hydrated skin. Simple. And I get that. I do think, again, men are allowed to have their preferences, but, I think y'all are a little too much in a woman's business, respectfully. Because I'm going to dive a little deeper, right? We know that beauty costs money. We know that hair costs money. Skincare costs money. Nails cost money. Waxes, brows, salon visits, all that is maintenance, right? So if a woman is choosing to invest heavily in herself, does that intimidate men? Because now I'm also trying to understand the mindset of men, and it does seem like it's coming off intimidating. Or does it simply make men feel like she is incompatible with the lifestyle that they're wanting? Because that is also fair. If men feel like I don't want to do all that maintenance, if I don't want to keep up with all that, you guys are allowed to, right? You guys are allowed to have your preference, as we said before. But is it intimidating, or is it just going against the lifestyle that you are wanting to live and that you're wanting to have with a woman? So ladies, Would you stop getting your hair done if men suddenly preferred wigs over natural hair? Probably not. Because sometimes beauty isn't for men. Can we also have that real talk conversation? Sometimes it's for confidence. Like I said earlier, it's for fun. Sometimes it's for your career. And sometimes it's because you just enjoy it. So when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, we have to always ask the question as women, who are we really getting dressed for? Because don't get me wrong, you can get dressed for your man. If your man likes you dressed a certain way, if your man likes you to be a baddie, if your man likes you to be a Barbie doll, if your man likes you to pretty much just be a natural beauty. However you feel that you want to show yourself to your man, you're not wrong. And the same way, fellas, if she just likes to do it because it's fun, she's not wrong either. What did Zoomer say? It just makes me laugh because the cash is being invested into the distractions instead of proper hygiene products. Ooh, okay. So Zoomer, we're going to talk about it, right? Because I do actually have that bone to pick with a lot of women. When it comes down to being cosmetologists, it is frustrating when you see a lot of women who will wear the wigs and weaves, but their natural hair is completely jacked up. Their natural hair is not growing. Their natural hair is not in a stable environment where it can actually prosper. And we do have those issues. We have those issues where we see women who will wear just pounds of makeup on their face and then their skin is not the healthiest. They might have acne, they might have scarring, they might have so many things like hyperpigmentation is a thing, y'all. So it's not a matter of laughing at people, but there is a lack of education. A lot of people will look at weaves, makeup, nails, and all this as a quick fix, and that is not helping you because there is something wrong internally. There is something wrong that you do have to actually address, and that is something that we do have to express with people. Because at the end of the day, under my wigs and weaves, Roxy has a head full of hair. At the end of the day, when I take this makeup off, and that has to be from years of actual education and also taking care of myself, eating right, knowing what skincare products work for me. I go to a dermatologist. I go to estheticians. So when it comes down to it, people do need to invest not only on what they're covering up with or what they're using to enhance their beauty, but they do need to actually go ahead and invest in their actual health. So I do agree with you. Thank you for saying that, Zoomer. As a conscious Black brother, shout out to the conscious Black brothers, I would assume that a woman rocking the natural look is earthy, which goes along with my lifestyle. Okay, so I appreciate you for saying that, Royce. So you would prefer a woman that actually matches your lifestyle, and I can accept that. Let's see. If my goal is to attract a man, I wear little to no makeup. When I'm out having fun, then the artist is unlocked. And period. I'm not mad at that at all, Quantum, because again, it is about not only what you're comfortable in, but it is about the fact that I do hear a lot of men will say, I don't know what she looks like when I wake up in the morning. I don't know what she's going to look like if she rolls over. And what did Zoomer say? The hot breath and the natural skin. Whatever, Zoomer, I'm over you. But at the end of the day, that is fair. I will say that if you do look like a complete different person when you take the makeup off, I can agree with the fellas. So I do love to make sure that women understand you really shouldn't be doing all that. Dudes and women business is girly-ish. Welcome to the space. Shout out to you, Aunt. Welcome in. Hey, Mahogany Boo. Mahogany, we got some time this weekend, so I kind of just wanted to break down some conversations with y'all. Shout out to Aunt and Mahogany. Thank you so much for joining. All right, y'all. So hold on real quick because I did ask earlier, right? And we're going to kind of break it down real quick. So I did want to ask a question about men being jealous of the beauty industry. So when women can change their appearance dramatically, right? Hair, makeup, fashion, even with fitness, cosmetic procedures, skincare, and styling, right? Whether people like it or not, sometimes those upgrades change how the world responds to them. Better jobs, more attention, more dating options, higher confidence. So my question here is, do some men resent that women have so many socially accepted ways to increase their attractiveness? Or is it simply that they value authenticity over enhancement? Because what Royce was arguing, it does seem like he wants a more authentic woman. But with that being said, is that woman wrong if she gets better outcomes with it? Let's see. Hold on. All right. So then I also want to say, think about this. When men get promoted, starting making six figures, they usually buy a better wardrobe, right? Usually they're in the gym and they're getting in better shape. And everybody says, oh, he's leveling up. But when a woman spends her money improving her appearance, some people want to say she's fake. Why? Is money more a respectable investment than beauty? Or do we just judge women differently? Because you guys already know how I feel about how the space likes to use the word accountability. And I am going to keep always asking this question because it does give off that a lot of men want women to share the accountability that men are getting. So before I get into my next segment, there was another video I wanted to play. So hold on, y'all. Let me get that pulled up real quick because I do want to have this conversation. This is, of course, an old video and we have heard about it, or for the ones who haven't heard about it, it is just going to talk about how men actually do feel about the whole wigs and weaves and all that. So let me find that. Ugh. How many people are okay with watching the Kevin Samuels video? Because I do think it's kind of fair to hear out where these men get their talking points from. So I'm going to go ahead and play an old Kevin Samuels video. And, you know, we're going to keep our comments to ourselves if they are inappropriate. Welcome in, Tyranny Boo. How are you today, sweetheart? I know, Tyranny, I know. But this is the originator of certain talking points, or at least the biggest vocal point that a lot of these men started coming from, right? So I do want to go ahead and review this. Shout out to you, Quantum. Listen, I believe a broken clock can be right twice a day. But, you know, when it comes down to this whole conversation of authenticity, I do find it ironic. But again, I'm going to leave that to myself. Listen, the man is resting. We are just going to pull up his content. And I think it's fair. He left the content there. Why not review it, right? So let me go ahead and share my screen and also get my fair use banner. Give me 1 second, y'all. Because we're going to go ahead and review Godfather Gives the Truth About Wigs, Weave, and Makeup. So let me get my fair use banner up. Hold on. What comment did I miss? Tyranny, give me 1 second. Okay, hold on. Let me get my banner too. Men are always in women's business because their daddy ain't around for them to be in men's business. Ooh, fellas, how y'all feel about that? Because I do agree, Tyranny, and I do agree. I feel that's why a lot of men needed their godfather. So listen, I'm not going against you, boo. I definitely agree with that. Fellas, that's for you to defend. I want y'all to fight back because right now she's cooking. She got a point. Hold on, let's ignore the ad.
All right, man, we got to keep these things going. If we don't want to stop and go back, man, let's get it moving. Somebody asked.
Fair use.
Before we get this open, how do you join the Zoom room? I will you join the Zoom room when I drop the link. Or on Bluetooth. All right. Somebody asked me this question. Shout out to Divine in Motion. Your opinion on weaves and wigs? Don't. I'm fine with extensions.
Okay.
Extensions are things to lengthen your hair. You know, they enhance your natural hair.
Okay.
But weaves, you know, no. If your hair is short, your hair is short. Grow your hair.
Okay.
Or find a nice style that works. Because a man does not want to reach in your hair during snuggly time and have to worry about snatching out tracks. You need to be able to go live an active life, sis. Running.
So the fact that men love to bring this up about tracks and all that, that's a little, okay, I'm trying to be respectable. The fact that men will talk about tracks, right? But also, for some reason, men know the difference between the extensions versus the wigs and weaves is a little concerning. Because at the end of the day, just because you can technically feel the root with certain extension types, y'all can also still feel the difference between the natural hair versus where that extension is connected. So is it really about a preference at that point when you feel a track versus where you might feel a bead or the tape of where the extension starts? Because again, when it comes down to it, every race of woman wears wigs and weaves. Every race of woman wears extensions. But it does seem a little problematic where it comes off where you guys are just focused on the quote unquote shorter hair women, the quote unquote darker women who would actually wear the quote unquote wigs and weaves that y'all are saying that you don't like. And that's where I do find it problematic, because at the end of the day, if you guys are fine with feeling the beads, the tape, and everything else that can extend the hair, why isn't it an issue when you feel tracks? But I digress. Fair use.
Hiking, swimming, getting in the pool. And it's,
by the way, you can hike, you can jog, you can exercise, you can get in the pool with wigs and weaves. A lot of times it is actually easier for women to work out with wigs and weaves than actually trying to style their natural hair, because unless their natural hair is in its natural state, you can sweat out your natural hair if you have it in a silk press. You can sweat out your natural hair if it's in any type of situation that, again, is not in its natural state if you do have curlier hair. And a lot of times when you are manipulating your hair constantly, since Brother Kevin Samuels wanted to say about growing the hair, a lot of times lower manipulation styles and protective styles like wigs and weaves actually help Black women or women in general grow their hair, because hair actually prospers better when you don't mess with it. So always constantly putting it in a ponytail when you're about to work out and everything can actually cause what is called traction alopecia. And a lot of people, unfortunately, did not go to cosmetology school, so they are not aware of how much stress they are really putting their hair under until it's too late. So I do find it a little ignorant when brothers do talk about this, but they don't go into all the facts on why we wear the wigs and weaves. Fair use.
as far as wigs, what the French toast is wrong with you ladies today? Some of you ladies are some lazy people. I have seen more out of shape women with these hair hat helmets that looks like a freaking helmet on your head. I'm sitting there looking at you. I'm like, do you not see what I see? Your hair is like this. You put it on like a helmet. You got your forehead out here, and I'm looking for your scalp. And all I know is under there is the truth. And I guarantee you that under there, you don't take care of it. You ain't washing your hair, oiling your scalp, making it smell good. Under these lace fronts, a lot of y'all are living foul.
So this is my issue with this, right? Because if you are a man and you are smelling what's under a woman's hair and you're not telling her, you foul too. And if you are messing with a woman who is dirty like this, you are also foul. A lot of these times when men even want to come down and talk about how a woman smells in her lower region, it is kind of crazy to me, because all I'm hearing is that you like to smash dirty women. So what kind of man are you? But again, I do have an issue because it kind of comes off oppish, and we're going to kind of get into more detail as the show progresses about men who want to just let women walk around jacked up, especially if you're trying to sleep with these women. Even if you're trying to wife these women, you are an op if you are letting me walk around looking crazy, point blank period. Because I wouldn't want a man that is okay with me embarrassing myself, because I wouldn't let you walk around embarrassing yourself. Fair use.
Stank on you. And dudes are tired of it, man. Dudes are just outright tired of it.
Y'all got denim? Hold on the website, y'all? Ain't no way you guys are a print on demand.
That's what's going on. Aperture on this thing was shut down. Dudes are tired of it, man. Sorry, the aperture was shut low. Guys are tired of wigs, ladies. Go get you a hairstyle that you can rock and wear. But wigs, I'm sorry. I won't date a woman with a wig. I won't kick her with a woman with a wig. Yo, Newt, what's up, Fi? And I'm gonna tell you right now, Blue Henry, stand up. That's right. Right. I'm telling you right now, a lot of dudes are starting to say enough with these wigs, because they look disgusting. I'm sorry, ladies, but they do. And if nobody...
So no one told me I was on mute. So let me pull up Rue's comment real quick. Kevin was a cosmetologist too, I heard. So technically, no, Kevin was not a cosmetologist. He was actually into men's colognes and men's, care, skincare. So at the most, we can actually put in that Kevin was a beauty influencer, not necessarily a cosmetologist. But hold on, fair use. And y'all gotta let me know I'm on mute. Y'all can't just be fake like that, having me talking to y'all and not knowing.
Everybody's gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you. Shout out to Andre. What's up, fam? I'm gonna come up with a way to put the cash apps on screen too. Shout out to Terrell, to the big homie. Shout out to Mr. Maurice November. Thank you, sir. Yeah, guys, let the ladies know in the nicest way possible what you think about wigs. Gabrielle, what's up, fam? I am the king and will not be.
So I'm going to read this because a lot of times they love to say that the women are the ones being disrespectful to this man's life and legacy. So just so y'all know that this is not a woman saying this. This is Ant saying KS was another girly boy worried about weave, shoes, perfume, but RIP. I am so tired of this topic and conversation. Come with better talking points. I agree, but welcome in, Michelle. Again, this is an old conversation, but I wanted to kind of start with where I can feel the root of the situation is, because a lot of men were pretty much just regurgitating talking points that they were kind of just spitballing to each other in this early phase of the manosphere. So, shout out to him. We are going to go ahead and talk about it. My day is going lovely, Christopher. I hope yours is as well. Please make sure, if y'all have not hit the like, please make sure to hit the like. It is free. If you are in the chat, please say something. It does help me get into the algorithm. And of course, if you are able to, please, if you can, donations are definitely appreciated. We do have a $50 goal. So I do appreciate any and everybody that is able to donate to the show today. Let's see. So a woman wanted his opinion, so he gave it. That whole situation blew up, and shout out to that whole situation, because the way that the space transformed because of KS, you do have to agree it is something to behold, whether you agree with it or not. It used to be Revenge of the Nerds, now it's Attack of the Girly Boys. Damn shame. Dr. Quantum is saying he is simply responding. It's almost semantics, selective outrage. And I agree, T, because thank you. We are talking about protective styles. I like my hair pulled. So, and I mean, Quantum, again, the wig can come off, baby girl. And there's still a full head of hair and a full afro. If a man is okay with getting up in there. But at the end of the day, I don't think that's not necessarily fair to try to make women feel bad for wearing wigs and weaves. Even when trying to shame women about how dirty they are with their wigs and weaves, I do think that is an unfair talking point. Because again, my homegirls, my friends, my family, if y'all are letting me walk around stanking, because people can become nose blind to themselves. That is still a crazy situation in my opinion. But there are other times where people can be in depressive episodes, and so many things mental health can cause where people are not really taking care of themselves. Or like I said before, the lack of education about their own self and their own health is a problem. So if there are out people who can smell you, who can know this about you, and they are just kind of letting you walk around funky, you are an op. That is kind of ridiculous to me. But listen, girl, we love hair pulling over here. We're not mad at the hair pulling. Just don't try to blame it. And again, if the wig and weave is really bothering you, the back of the neck, the front of the neck is always still an option too, ladies and gentlemen. Just saying. Let's see. Zoomer says the wigs and weaves smell like McDonald's kitchen. Y'all are raggedy tonight. Am I the only one drinking tonight? Because y'all are being real raggedy. Cheers to you. It blocks you from being the best version of yourself. Quantum is having a ball with this Kevin Samuels review. Shout out to you, Quantum. I love you, girl. Hold on, I'm sorry. Welcome, Studio Mansion. Is this a response to the recent Pink Book report of how terrible wigs are for women, mental and physical health? No, but if you do have that link, I would love it, because we can review it if you can go ahead and send that to me. Just remember, it's all about how you tell a person. And I agree. Okay, I see y'all were actually telling me I was muted, so thank you. Listen, we will have a conversation. Shout out to Rue, shout out to Auntie for the girly boys. We are going to have a conversation about these men with mics, because there is something interesting about men talking into a very phallus shaped object and having their mouth very close to such phallus shaped objects. But I digress. We're going to move on. Shout out to you, Rue, for that comment. Thank you, y'all. I see. I was late in the chat. My bad. Shout out to y'all if I called y'all raggedy for not telling me I was muted. I love y'all. Love you, lover gang. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. It's funny how people get in their feelings when he's responding to someone asking his opinion on a question. It's definitely giving a little sassy, but I agreed with a lot he said. And again, I really have no issue with what men are responding to. Shout out to T and shout out to Quantum for saying that. I don't have an issue with it when it becomes bullying or when it becomes no longer a preference, but how people like to humble people. I do find it a little problematic, right? I do find it an issue where if you are not trying to help people figure out other options and you're just trying to bash them, that is where it's problematic in my opinion. And I'm not saying that KS was doing this, but we have to be honest. A lot of men who were taking his talking points, they were most definitely trying to be like shoving it in women's face and trying to say that's why they were unqualified for the dating options that they were saying they were wanting. Because meanwhile, even though you're saying a woman is unqualified, doesn't necessarily make her so, because there are a lot of women who are still getting the results that they're wanting, whether they're wearing wigs or weaves or nails or lashes or anything like that. Just saying. They are cutting up. You see how it is? You know, cheers to everybody. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Turn up, turn up. This, that toxic. What did I say that was toxic, y'all? I would love to know, because I'm just speaking my truth as a actual professional in the beauty industry, as well as, you know, I am a woman. I have heard these talking points. Even these talking points have gotten thrown at me, and they really hold no weight, because you really can't tell me how I should feel about myself, especially if a man loves it regardless. Just saying. You're drinking iced coffee? Okay, we could cheers on iced coffee. Cheers to that. I'm not going to get like how I was yesterday. Y'all had me on 10 yesterday.
Is Ike in here? I need to come up with the Ike song. I got to transfer. See, what I did not do, shout out to Mr. Jimmy Edmonds. What I did not do is bring over all my sounds. So tonight I'm going to download my sounds. Look, ladies. The ladies that I hung out with this weekend will tell you, I don't do this stuff to be mean. I don't do this stuff to be mean, nor do I do it to be rude. But I'm telling you, you cannot walk around wearing these wigs, and this stuff on your head and think it's okay. It is not a good look. It is a bad look.
Okay. So is it a bad look, y'all? Or again, is it jealousy? Is it the fact that you're not telling a woman that she's not looking her best? Because there are a lot of times where a lot of these wigs, weaves, makeup, and all that becomes so unclockable to men that they really would believe that that is how a woman literally wakes up every day. So is it really a bad look, or are y'all just being raggedy friends and raggedy boyfriends and raggedy just people in general, where you're just going to let somebody walk around looking crazy? Because we've even had the bonnet discussion here, and a lot of women are saying that they would wear a bonnet to protect their hairstyles. But it is about preference. It is about how you are actually putting yourself out in society, because we do live in a generation where everyone's got their phones out. Everyone's going to have a commentary on something. And I do believe, unlike any other generation, because other generations before us did always put their best foot forward. I said that my grandparents made sure to instill that in me. My parents did as well. But with that being said, we do seem to have a lot. I can't agree with him, right? We do have a lot of lazy people in this generation. A lot of people who are not feeling like they need to present their best foot forward, but they still want the best results. And I do kind of find that insulting, because you do actually have professionals. You do have people that are going to make sure that they look their best in every situation. And if you think that you deserve the same results as that person, it is almost insulting. Not saying that you have to look your best with the wigs, weaves, and makeup. But if you are going to be somewhere, you should have a decent haircut. If you are going to be somewhere, your hair should either, if you're going to wear a wrap style, there are beautiful scarves that you can actually wrap your hair in. There are beautiful things that you can protect your hair in without it actually being your bedroom wear. People who walk around Walmart, and this goes for every race, people who walk around the grocery store in their pajamas, that does seem a little insulting. People who would be in people's faces without brushing their teeth in the shower. you are being offensive at that point because of how you are presenting yourself, and you are putting yourself in a position where people can commentate on your scent. And I do think that's unfair. So again, we can deem mental health as a reason why people do it, but we do also have to be honest. There are a lot of people that just don't give a care in the world, and I think that is disrespectful to a peer. The one thing that I will say about Kevin Samuels, may he rest in peace, the man always made sure he was camera ready and he presented himself very nicely.
And I'm gonna tell you, men are just like, we're like, damn, you want us to be real, you want the authentic us. See, a man wants to be able to see an authentic you, and hiding your hair is like lying to a man. It's like makeup. Makeup in a lot of ways is lying, because I know what people can do with makeup today. Some of the stuff these folks can do with makeup, I've seen some straight up sorcery on with makeup.
Sorcery.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
So I'm going to go ahead and pause it there anyways, because that actually does walk into my next segment. So T says she's also been in the beauty industry for almost 20 years. And the fact that we actually have the knowledge of this, T, it is kind of insulting where people do it almost feels like you're trying to come at our craft, because I don't know if, the more natural-esque or just how you deal with clientele, but I love to deal with clientele that just want to look like themselves, but the best self, me, but better, right? And that is kind of how I like to go ahead with clientele. And I'm not practicing right now, but when I always kind of want to do that, right? My skin, but better, my lashes, but better, my hair, but better. And I think that is a beautiful thing, because it did give a lot of women a boost with confidence that they might not have had without it, right? And I think especially when you are someone with healing hands, with someone who does want to grow hair, that's someone that does want to make sure that people are educated on their actual needs and doing consultations, I think it is such a beautiful blessing to be a cosmetologist, a hairstylist, an esthetician, a nail tech, a makeup artist. I think it is such a beautiful thing where you can actually make people feel gorgeous. You can actually make someone who maybe did not want to get out of bed that day feel like now they have the weight of the world off their shoulders and they want to feel their best self. And I think that is such a blessing, especially when you do want to make sure that people can continue feeling that way. So I shout out to all the cosmetologists and beauty industry workers. All right, Chris Reed says, when it comes down to that thing that grown people do, married women, as a married woman, should say no. Not sure where you're going with that part, Chris. Hold on. I like to be balanced and I like to be fair. I think everyone's opinion does have some merit, and we can always pick it apart, but can we also grow and learn something from it as well? So I appreciate you for saying that, willing to win. What else? The husband is married to the wife, and when time to get to the grown, no shouldn't be the answer. I'm not really touching that. We've kind of had that kind of conversation before, so you can definitely check out my previous videos. Hold on. Men on mics is considered black men building in today's time. What are they building per se? Eat the cake anime? Okay. Hi, Dr. Steele. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope you're enjoying the weekend. All right, Chris, I might not be reading your comments right now. The cash left over could be spent on upgrading skincare routine, upgrading light bulbs around. All right, Zoomer. Okay, Zoomer. Get someone who doesn't wear it. It's really that simple. And that's really the whole conversation, T, because a lot of times men kind of do seem to look over the woman that they're describing like she's not out there. The woman that you are wanting is out there, fellas. You don't have to come to a woman that is not in that position or is not the woman that you want and tell her, I need you to become the woman that I want. That sounds crazy. That sounds counterproductive. And it pretty much just sounds like you're wasting not only her time, but you're wasting your own time, respectfully. Let's see. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. Hi, Y School. I hope you're having an amazing day. Koreans literally prize plastic surgery and bleaching. which is way more invasive than us wearing a little makeup. And I agree. And you know, it's funny to understand the standards, but I do understand how proximity works. And it's very easy to turn to the person closest to you and tell you, no, you're wrong, instead of going to the people that you know you really have no proximity to and trying to tell them the same thing, right? So it really just comes down to the fact that, like T was saying, a lot of these men want to control women that are not their woman. And it gets a little frustrating because you really have no business doing that. Hence the title, Men in Women's Business. Black men are okay. Listen. Again, these are the thoughts from other black men. So y'all take it with these black men. Me as a black woman, I am not saying yes or no. We will have the conversations that we will have, and we will take it there. Welcome in, Venus. I hope you're having a lovely day, boo. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see. Look at the wealthiest men, whether they are black or white, and look at their women. And their women are usually dolled up. I agree, Venus. Usually their woman will have the hair extensions. Usually their woman will have the Pilates instructors and going to the most expensive gym. Usually their women will have the best makeup. They will wear the Dior. They will wear the best perfume. So I most definitely agree with you, girl. Thank you so much for pointing that out as well. Quantum, you know we like to have interesting conversations. Y'all, we do have a $50 goal. So if you are in the position where you are able to bless the channel, it will be greatly appreciated. I definitely thank you so much. I do actually have a post for everybody that does donate to the channel. So if you, I know we don't have the super chats right now, but please understand that you will get shout outs and you are always appreciated. So I did pause the video real quick because I do want to go ahead and touch on the whole idea of false advertisement, or is it self-improvement? So this has become one of the best phrases that I've heard besides the hair helmets. That is also an interesting one. But when it comes down to the idea of false advertising, I do have to look at y'all and just be like, really? So if makeup is false advertising, what is hair dye? What is beard fillers? What are hair units? As we saw earlier today, ladies, I can play the video again about the gentleman wearing the hair fillers after we finish this video if you missed it. But what are colored contacts? What about veneers? What about compression shirts? What about filters? What about Photoshop? What about just having good lighting or good angles, right? Everybody presents themselves in the best way that they can possible. Everybody, men, women, does not matter. So why do women's enhancements seem to bother people more than when it actually is done by men? So I do want to ask you all, where do you draw the line? What's an enhancement and what's actually deception? Because I think those things are completely two different conversations. So let me...
Just by thinking about it.
Also, I am going to surprise a lot of y'all because the next segment that I'm going to be doing is actually going to give the fellas a little grace. So fellas, hold your breath. I'm not really just coming at y'all all the way today. It's not about criticism. It's not about hate, right? But sometimes the problem isn't really the wig. And I think the problem is how the wig looks. And that's when you guys have so much to say, as we saw with KS. So hold on. Let's see what he's going to finish with this one.
Talking about changing people, making them go from one skin complexion to a completely other. Some makeup artists should be against the law. So if you actually want to get an evaluation tonight only is the night I'm doing it. Why am I doing this? Because one thing, like when I do my one-to-one personal evaluations, I also, here's an announcement. Going forward from today, I'm only doing 2 levels of service. That's virtual consultation and general hour consults. So if you haven't booked your time today, before the end of this broadcast, no longer will I be doing personal advice, interpersonal communication, corporate career, business advice, and different structure. No, it's going to be this. It's either going to be one price or that price. And it all has to go through my schedule.
Hold on real quick because I want to see what you were saying, White School Podcast. Roxy, I researched that men wore Afro wigs in the 70s. They could order them from catalogs. I was actually doing some research and I was wondering about that. So I'm happy you said that on White School Podcast because I was wondering if the Jackson 5 and that whole Jackson family, if they were wearing their real afros or not. So I appreciate you for saying that. I do believe that men have always had enhancements just the same as women, even in their most natural. Venus says, There are natural women walking around everywhere they can go for those women. But Venus, I even asked earlier before you came in if a lot of those men are avoiding those women, because let's be honest, if they are thinking that they don't look as good as the made up woman, or if they're avoiding the made up woman just because they think that she's too expensive. So that is a lot of questions that we have to ask. And of course, this does not fit for every man. Shout out to Royce. Royce said because of his lifestyle, he wants a woman that matches that. But I do have to ask a question, because there are men that just seem to want to walk around and get the woman that requires the least amount of maintenance. Let's see. Shout out to you, Dr. Steele. Women should look their best for themselves. And I agree. But listen, y'all know I'm balanced here. I don't find anything wrong with wanting to look your best for your man. If your man does have a certain preference and you are okay with fulfilling that desire of his, you're not wrong for doing that either. If your man wants you to look a certain way, wants you to wear certain heels, wants you to wear certain dresses, skirts, all that kind of thing, and you are trying to please your man, I think you are perfectly in the right to do so. The same way I believe that when men get a certain haircut, when men wear certain button downs, when men wear certain outfits, they have a certain cologne on, and you're doing that to please your woman, you're not wrong for that either. So people are allowed to do such things. So hold on, let me go ahead and play this video.
Sister, I am too busy doing too many things. Thank you. But I'm at a point now to where it has to be much more efficient and much more automated. So if you want to book your time with me, you can get a virtual consult or just a general hour, and you can talk about whatever you want an hour. As far as life coaching, I'm only doing life coaching and peer counseling. Peer consulting, life coaching and peer consulting. What is peer consulting? Life coaching is for people that I can actually teach something to or give you my advice to kind of map you through. That's either 3 months or 6 months. Peer level, you kind of making it for events to get done, people who really want to invest. Here we go. Braids. Here's another thing. Ladies, your makeup. Let's get the show started. Let's get it. Ladies. All right. Your makeup, man. A lot of your makeup, less is more. A man wants a woman that he can be proud to show off, right? Some of you, ladies, you may be really nice people, but if he can't take you nowhere, if he can't take you nowhere because you don't look good in a cocktail dress, if you know, well, what you want him to do? Act like that doesn't exist? All right, here we go. We're about to get the call line open. Keep the donations coming, and let's open it.
Okay. So I'm also going to play a couple of videos. So shout out to KS, may he rest in peace. I'm not mad about what he said in that, especially with if the makeup doesn't match, if the makeup isn't looking natural, or at least enough where you are again doing the witchcraft and sorcery. But again, some people like to do their makeup where they don't look like themselves. I've seen the emo goth look that makes a lot of people feel good about themselves, and they look nothing like their natural self. So it does come down to what your actual style is and what you like to do. So with that being said, we are going to have the conversation about giving the fellas a pass, right? So if the wig is busted, y'all, let me go ahead and move my fair use banner real quick. So y'all, if the wig is actually busted, right, I'm going to give you a pass, fellas. So sometimes, like I said, the men can have a point, right? So there's a difference between that women just shouldn't flat out wear wigs, right? Versus if you are my homeboy, if you're my man, if you're anything like that, and you're telling me Rogue C, that install isn't hitting. That install isn't installing. That wig is not wigging, girl. Those are not the same conversation. So I will actually get mad if my friends, if my man, see me walking around, and if I am wearing a lace front and my lace is lifting, I'm going to have an issue with you. If my wig is sliding backwards, I'm going to have an issue with you, right? If my makeup is 4 shades darker than my actual neck or 4 shades lighter and it does not match, I'm going to have an issue with you. So if the lashes look like they're actually going to make me flap, flap, flap and fly away, we're going to have an issue. If my eyebrows always look arched. Do y'all not remember that episode of Girlfriends when Tony had gotten that Botox and one eyebrow was lifted like that and she looked constantly surprised? If I'm looking like that, I'm going to have an issue with you. So I'm sorry. When women want to roast each other for that too, because there are a lot of women who are ready for that gotcha moment. They're ready for the moment that Rogue C doesn't look her best. They're ready for that moment where Lady Quantum doesn't look her best. They're ready for that moment where Wife School Podcast, Voice of Venus. We already know that a woman is ready to roast us at the drop of a dime if the hair isn't hairing, if the face ain't facing. And it does come off, like I said, really messed up. Because we do have to stop acting like bad makeup, bad installs are always about criticism. The execution does matter. So the problem isn't necessarily about the enhancement, but sometimes if the enhancement isn't just done well enough. And with that, I'm going to give some examples real quick because bad hair, bad makeup, bad nails do exist, y'all. Let's see.
Right? And you think it's fun to say somebody got a gun and they don't, but then you'll have your same black ass out there talking about Black Lives Matter. I know. But when they make...
Hold on. Let me go here.
The difference when a white woman...
Mind you, he's wearing a wig, but let's go ahead.
Let me speak. So, I'm not saying it's okay. If they put in extensions, I still disagree with it. But the difference is, they're not putting on Afro wigs. You guys are putting on hair that looks exactly like their hair. They put on hair that looks...
So I already disproved that by showing yesterday that there are women that will wear all types of hairstyles. You will have Asian women who will wear the afros. You will have Asian men who want an afro. You will have white women wearing afros. You will have white women wearing braids. You will have white women doing all these things. And again, it is all about how people just want to present themselves. I'm not going to make the cultural appropriation argument right now because at the end of the day, if people really just want to be hair is hair, hair is hair. So to try to make this argument about wanting to wear another race of woman's hair, it's kind of null and void because again, hair is hair. We're all just wearing what makes us feel good.
like their natural hair.
Can black women flat iron their hair, like on their own natural? Can they flat iron their natural?
Yes, they can.
So can a white is that a black woman trying to mimic or imitate a white woman?
Yes. Eurocentric beauty standards. The point is, your hair doesn't naturally grow this way, does it?
But black hair is able to be manipulated in any way that it wants to. Flat iron, perm, extensions.
But straightening damages it, though.
Not all the time. If you take care of it, no, that's not.
Yes, it does.
If you take care of the way you flat iron your hair, no, it doesn't.
So flat iron your hair every day.
That's, you don't do that. You don't.
She said it doesn't damage. The difference when.
Okay, so that is the ignorance of a lot of men, because majority of black women who are actually getting silk pressed and everything like that are not flat ironing their hair every day. Yes, you can get heat damage. Yes, you can damage your hair with even protective styles. It is a matter of knowing what you're doing or going to an actual licensed professional who actually knows what they're doing. But that's not what he's arguing. He's trying to argue that black women not wearing their natural afros is an issue. And if a lot of black women just don't know how to deal with their natural afro, because we did find out that was a thing with the natural hair movement. But if black women just have a preference on how they want to look, there's nothing wrong with that. Especially, again, if you're not the man that's sleeping with her, and if he's not having an issue with it, why do you? So let me read what Quantum said real quick. Let's see. Is it an issue when men speak openly about this topic, or people really think men shouldn't have an opinion at all? I'm curious. It only becomes an issue, Quantum, when it does feel like men are just trying to be in women's business just to be in women's business, right? If they're not trying to give constructive criticism. Like I said, if you're going to let a woman walk around with a bad wig or weave, you are part of the problem too. If you are, as a man, if you are trying to hunt down women that are not in your preference circle, but you're trying to force them to be in your preference circle, I do think that's an issue. If you are trying to say that Rogue C is not a woman that you will date because Rogue C likes to wear makeup, likes to wear wigs, likes to wear lashes, likes to have nails, then why are you trying to come into Rogue C's bubble and try to tell her how wrong she is? I do think that's problematic. Zoomer is saying America has no natural women. Venus says they think that highlighter is changing your complexion. People who don't understand makeup shouldn't speak on it. And I can agree with that because, again, like I said with the brother right here talking about flat ironing your hair every day, if you don't actually understand the process of what people are doing, I really don't think, also to Dr. Quantum's question, you really shouldn't speak about it, because a lot of times you are trying to kind of attack someone's intelligence at that point, and that does give people a lot of reason to cuss you out, right? The moment you trying to play somebody like they're stupid. I don't think that's cool either. The other thing is that a lot of stuff was said for shock value. Sucks that it's no different from how, you know, yeah, we know how that sells as well. So I do agree with you. And I do agree that how shock value is just enough to go ahead and just get people, you know, going, get them talking and all that. We already understand that, especially those who are here in YouTube. Hi, SD. SD, why are you over here already starting stuff talking about we lying? We ain't lying about nothing. We're having a conversation, SD, and you are definitely available to have the conversation with us. Welcome in. Why so serious? Good to see you over here. Black women could buy afros online. Most definitely. You can buy afros online. There's kinky curly hair that you can buy online. You know, I do have some places that have the best kinky curly extensions if you just want to go ahead and extend your hair. No one's saying that black women can't do that. But again, the fact that if I want to switch up my hair from an afro to straight hair to blonde hair to blue hair, it shouldn't be a problem because, again, my natural hair is now protected and safe without doing the heat damage, the damage from coloring my hair constantly, the damage from curling my hair constantly. And I still get to have fun with my hair. I get to express myself. I get to wear different styles. Plus, my man gets a new woman every day. I wear a new look. So it's a win-win-win-win-win. You feel me? But I digress. Let's see. There's not a lot of natural women, not saying there is not a lot of natural women, not saying there aren't though. Yes, just have to look. Again, I really don't think y'all really want the natural woman. If you want a woman who just wakes up every day and just rolls out of bed, fellas, we're going to have a real conversation. You do know that a lot of natural women also don't have an issue with letting armpit hair grow. A lot of natural women can have beards. So if you are also okay with saying that, then so be it. Because I really don't think a lot of y'all actually really know what y'all mean when y'all say you want a natural woman. You want a woman who looks good, and that is perfectly fine. You want a woman that might not require so much or might not look like a different woman every day, and that is also fine. There are plenty of women who do that. Even the women who will rock their natural styles, usually 9 times out of 10, they are enhancing it somehow, some way. And that's okay because that's what we're allowed to do. Beauty is a $1 trillion industry for that reason, because people want to look like themselves, but better. And that's okay. Even when y'all go and get a haircut, because why are y'all not just rocking your natural either? I don't think men prefer natural because it's cheap, because a woman's going to be a woman regardless of what she looks like. If she doesn't wear wigs, she spends her money elsewhere too. I agree. Again, there's so much in the beauty industry. Whether y'all do realize that toothpaste counts as the beauty industry, right? Teeth whitening. When you get whitening products, whitening, Listerine, all that kind of stuff, that does count as enhancing your smile, enhancing your beauty, and all that kind of stuff. Because when people get to the dentist and want to have whiter teeth, that still counts. I hope y'all are aware of that. Let's see, trying to catch up with y'all. And y'all, let me know if you want us to go ahead and open up the panel. Like I said, we do have a $50 goal. So if we can go ahead and get $20, we can go ahead and get the panel opened up. So let me know. Welcome in, Scar Beauty. Thank you so much, love. Oh, gosh. Scar, I hope you're having a great day. I'm looking at your previous comment. You're not right, girl. But I appreciate you. Hey, Sel, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining. And y'all, let me know, like I said, the Cash App is RogueC19. We are going to go ahead and open up the panel. If we can go ahead and get half of our goal, $20 to $25, if y'all are in the place of donating. I'm going to go ahead and cook a little longer. And let me go ahead and play some more videos. And y'all let me know what y'all want to do. Welcome in, Black Lexicon, as well. Hold on, y'all.
Do you find it strange that people comment on how you appear so much?
No, because
Listen, love Gabby Douglas down. They did that girl so dirty. And I get it, she's an athlete, but y'all just proved my point, because I forgot about the whole Gabby Douglas situation. That woman is an athlete. So her hair could not be laid at all times. And how Black people specifically clown Gabby Douglas, I'm very disappointed to this day for, because that girl was winning gold medals and people were worried about her hair. If we even remember about the whole situation with Blue Ivy, people worry about Black women's hair even when they're wearing it natural. So it does come out, like how T was saying earlier, as selective outrage. It comes off fake as hell, because the moment a woman is wearing her hair in a natural style, y'all still have something to say about it. Meanwhile, that woman can be winning gold medals. So again, it comes off disingenuous, y'all.
I'm an African-American woman, and there is not enough time on the show to explain hair issues. No, that being said, I took off my hair. I took off my wig because I wanted to step into who I was. And I felt like, and listen, I love wigs. I do. I still will wear a wig every once in a while.
I'm wearing a weave right now, so just so you know.
But for me, what I felt like was every time I put on a wig that I was apologizing for who I was, being a dark-skinned woman, very curly hair. I felt like I was hiding it.
Do you find it strange that people comment on how you appear so much?
Y'all must really not be rocking with your girl today, because I'm not understanding. We have the goal today and I'm trying to open up the panel and y'all be so quick to give these black men who bash these women's hairstyles the money. But since I really want to have the conversation and I'm only asking for $20 right now, we can't even get 20 out right now to go ahead and have the conversation. This is crazy to me. Rogue, don't do that. I prefer who looks good in her natural self. Don't speak on exceptions, because most women don't grow their armpit hair that long like that. I'm just saying, if y'all want the natural women, they're out there, but they are going to come with a lot of situations. Shout out to the natural girlies that wear aluminum-free deodorant. That doesn't work for Rogue C. Shout out to the natural girlies that rather wear, there's so much that you guys don't understand. And the crazy thing is, there are natural beauty enhancements. Nature actually comes out with a lot. Y'all do realize that charcoal toothpaste that lighten your teeth as well is still a thing, and that's natural. So that's why I need men to kind of specify what they mean when they say natural, is all I'm saying. Because what is going to be a preference that you enjoy and that you like, another man might not. Another man might want the baddie aesthetic with the wigs and weaves and makeup, and they're okay with that. So if you as a man are saying that that's not your preference, you don't have to try to shove your preference down someone else's throat. And Why So Serious podcast, I'm not saying that you're doing that. I'm just having a conversation. Let's see. Zoomer says, men do manipulate their haircuts way too much these days. Zoomer, have you not seen all the spray that they put on that hairline and trying to make it look extra crispy? The moment you get in the pool too, fellas, as much as y'all want to talk about taking a woman on a date and getting her in the pool, can we do the same thing for you? Or can we also talk about how y'all like to hat fish? Because a lot of men look good with a hat and a beard, but the moment you remove that hat and the beard, y'all ain't really hitting on nothing either. So again, we all do things that we enjoy to make ourselves look better. A lot of brothers love their beard cream. A lot of brothers love their beard washes. We're not mad at y'all for it. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up, y'all, so forgive me. All right. Relentless says they have stopped WNBA games for wigs coming off and even kicked out fans for laughing. I mean, listen, if it does distract the workplace, you can definitely understand all that, right? So we're not going to just say that there's not a time and a place for the criticism and that it might not be appropriate at all times. But we do have to also understand what we're actually saying when we say we want natural women, is all I'm saying. So let me go ahead, go back real quick and see how much more of this conversation we can get.
Why do a lot of black women wear wigs? Like, why do you guys wear wigs today?
Well, personally, I had a mental breakdown and shaved my head. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What happened with that, or is that too much information?
Like when I'm like going through my mental struggles, you don't want to deal with. I got 4C. Okay. And now I see it more as manageable because I learned about it. Okay. But at the time, I just had a moment that I was like, oh yeah, and I just haven't grown it back. I just wouldn't let it. Also, I will say I wouldn't dye my real hair this color. And I had 613 like a couple weeks ago. I wouldn't dye my I would never bleach my real hair.
So why not shave your hair off, but just wear it natural, like wear the bald out?
Because I feel like black women are masculinized even when we have natural hair.
You're already beautiful.
That's my insecurity.
So, but your face is beautiful. So if you take the wig off, you're still going to be beautiful. So
thank you, but that's something I have to like learn myself because I haven't. Like, my mom tells me the same thing. I've had men tell me the same thing.
Why do a lot of black women wear wigs? Like, why do you guys wear wigs today?
So that goes back to my original talking point as well about the fact that we can have a lot of women who actually don't know how to take care of their hair. And I think it is disingenuous where people are trying to criticize how they look all the time without actually trying to properly educate them. So I am actually happy that that was said. Let's see. So let's also do this video from Just a Girl Talk, because I think it is also interesting. I am kind of coming a little bit harder on the men, but there are women that also have, comments on this. So shout out to Just a Girl Talk. We'll go ahead and look at this as well. Let me. Do I have my fair use banner? Hold on. And y'all, if y'all are rocking with the content, please make sure you are liking and subscribing. Shout out to the new subscribers. I am so honored and happy for y'all to join Lover Gang. Thank you so much. Welcome in. And let's go ahead. Fair use banner is up.
The brands you love are here at Ulta.
As you can see, your girl is also very much subscribed to Ulta Beauty. Shout out to Ulta and Sephora. They have an amazing sale, ladies, if you have not gone to Ulta Beauty yet.
Ulta Beauty.
Y'all know when I say black women struggle to love themselves? This be y'all. No tea. I love the girls. But this BS. Lord knows.
Hey y'all, welcome back to the Just a Girl Show. My name is Janine. If you are new here, if you're new, of course, hit the subscribe button. Turn your notifications on so you never miss an episode. And if you're a subscriber, welcome back to the channel. So we saw a couple weeks ago.
I'm gonna go ahead and answer this. Thank you so much, Dr. Eugene, for actually asking that. That's an amazing question. So when it comes down, I actually used to work in Sephora and Ulta. We have a bunch of times where we have like little kids, 7, 8 years old, who will come in trying to get like Drunk Elephant, which is a expensive skincare brand, right? And a lot of us who have worked in the industry have an issue with that because, again, it is coming from parents who are not willing to teach their children respectfully that, certain things are not age appropriate. So when it comes down to age appropriate makeup, skincare, and everything like that, I think everything has a time and a place, because there is where it's just kind of like a rite of passage, especially as young girls, to kind of learn about beauty regimens and routines, right? So when it comes down to young girls, I've always advised a good skin wash, a good moisturizer. And then when they are starting to kind of come up in age, we can discuss lip glosses, lip stains, things that, would actually give them the enhancement without still being too inappropriate. Because we do also know that there is an issue with people who already try to kind of make younger children and teenagers a little more grown than what they really are. So I do like to go ahead and just kind of start tiptoeing into the beauty industry with a lot of girls when they do come, when I was working at Sephora. So, once you kind of started getting to that age, like 16 range, okay, we can start talking about mascara. But a lot of times, even when it comes down to wigs and weaves and, eyelashes and things like that, I do feel like you do need to be a little older, where you can understand how things can actually have repercussions, because your skin is still developing. Your skin is still growing when you are younger. And that's why a lot of times where you have these little children who are wanting, retinol for their skin, you have baby skin. You do not need to worry about anti-aging at the age of 7. And I do get mad at parents who allow them to kind of go ahead and get into that. And I think it's also just a waste of money and a waste of time. So long story short, when it comes down to, teenagers wearing makeup, it is all about what is age appropriate for that teenager. And I don't think parents should let their teenagers come out with a full face of makeup. Now, when it comes down to events, prom, dances and stuff like that, you can get your makeup done and still have it be age appropriate, where you don't look like a clown, where you don't look like a grown adult that you're not. So I do think there's a time and place. Let's see. Hold on. Fair use.
To go. The new hair store that opened in Houston. I think there was another state, a hair store open where there was a boatload of.
That was a hot mess. If y'all remember those videos where that beauty supply store opened up in Houston, that was a hot mess. And women, I know that a lot of my ladies here at Lover Gang don't act like that. But for any woman that acted like that over some beauty supply store hair, I'm going to need you to go get checked out, because that was unacceptable beyond any type of understanding.
Black women out there all looking for free hair. They love weave. And honestly, y'all, I'm coming to the realization that no matter how much hair a woman has, short or long, we have been programmed to really hate our natural hair.
You probably gonna be mad at me, but I gotta say the quiet part out loud. Most Black women are hiding this one thing. They hate their hair. I know, it's a touchy subject. Listen, I'm only talking about this because I was number one. I I hated my hair the most. I not only hated my hair, I hated everything about myself. When I was young, I hated my skin color. I thought I was too dark. I hated my hair. It was 4C and I didn't know what to do with it. I hated my height. I hated my lips. I hated my thighs. I thought they was a little too thick. I like them now. But literally, I hated every single thing on myself, head to toe. And that's its own thing. But culturally, I believe a lot of us Black women have been brainwashed to hate our hair.
Because another hair store opened up in Philadelphia, and the line, once again, camped out 5 o'clock in the morning looking to get some discount weave.
Philly, this was the line for the hair palace today because they were giving out 3 bundles, any length, for $25. Now,
bro, I decided to come to Hair Palace to see about the bundles, and that shit is packed the fuck up. Like, look at this. Look at this shit, bro. Bro, I'm going to fuck home. Fuck that fucking bundle, yo. Bro, I saw this shit all over my For You page, thinking I was gonna get some cheap bundles, but all of Philly is up here, bro. Like, I can't get no fucking bundles, bro. They going to take all the fucking bundles before I even get in the fucking store, so I might as well go to fuck.
Okay, can I be honest with y'all? So y'all know how I have a swear jar rule here. I do kind of want to pivot the conversation real quick. I do want to know from both ladies and men, how do y'all feel about women who curse like that? I honestly feel cursing has a time and a place. I feel, because I've even had to work on my cursing. I feel like cursing is for a lot of the situations of, you know, you want to kind of make a point about something. You kind of want to, you know, be a little more, it's kind of like using an exclamation point, right? And even when it comes down, I don't know if a lot of people have had like etiquette classes when it comes down to getting online, but even with etiquette classes online, they tell people not to necessarily use exclamation or caps all the time because it just comes off very inappropriate. And that's how I feel about cursing just for no reason. It's not necessarily just shock value. It's not about being provocative. It just comes off very classless. It comes off like you really can't have a conversation, and it comes off like you're really not trying to say anything in general. And I do feel it is such an unpleasant thing, not only for men to just unnecessarily curse, but we can kind of give them that pass with society double standards, but it does just come off very ill when it comes down to women just constantly using curse words like that. I don't like it. Let me know if I'm wrong. Shout out to you, Sexy Red TV. Hey, girl. Hey. Thank you so much for joining today, beautiful. I'm trying to get the panel open, Red, but apparently they're not rocking with your girl today. Y'all are not entertained today. So just let me know if I just need to shut down the whole stream, y'all. My goodness, today. But I appreciate you, girl. Welcome in. And y'all really going to try to test my gangster like I won't shut down this stream. No, I'm playing. I'm going to go ahead and get my show done, regardless of how y'all feel about it. So a lot of people were also talking about the self-hate. And I did kind of want to touch on that as well, because I said that earlier. There are a lot of people that are uneducated when it comes to their hair. But I do have to go ahead and go with the argument that there are a lot of people who are taught to also hate their hair. There are a lot of people who are taught to hate their noses, which is why that they contour their skin so well, or to the point where they look like a Tim Burton character. If y'all ever seen like all the Tim Burton movies. I do have an issue with people who also just have an issue with bleaching. I don't think skin bleaching is a good thing. It actually damages not only your skin, but it also damages your internal organs. So when it comes down to a lot of these self-hate conversations, we definitely have room for them. They are very much warranted, but it also just comes down to the lack of education, and it comes down to the lack of love for one's hair. I think a lot of Black women can relate. I was one of those Black women. I had my first relaxer at the age of 3 years old. And it did damage my hair profusely, especially when I constantly kept getting the relaxer afterwards, because, you know, once you get the relaxer the first time, a lot of people don't necessarily know how to not do with the relaxer, and they kind of transition out of it. I ended up doing a big chop when I was 16 years old, and I started growing my hair out. And I went through phases where I was just so uncomfortable with my hair, where it did seem like, and I'm going to be completely vulnerable because this is why I can understand people. It did seem like the wig and weave was the better option. But then it started coming down to Rogue C learning about her natural hair. So eventually we started transitioning, and I started learning how to braid my hair, and I started learning how to twist my hair. And of course I was still going to braiders and stuff like that, but it kind of became self-healing for me to actually learn how to do my own hair. And once I started creating that passion, eventually beauty school just kind of made sense, because I found out not only can I do my own hair, but I can also do the styles that I see all the celebrities wearing, all the makeup girlies were wearing. And it was fun to me. And learning about actually healthy hair growth while doing these styles was so important to me. Shout out to you. I don't want to say your name. If you're in the chat, how can I know who you are, who just gave me the Cash App? I appreciate you, lovely lady. You know, I try to make sure that I'm not doxing anyone. So if you can let me know who that is, I appreciate you so much for supporting the show. And thank you so much. So much. Y'all, please be like this lovely lady. If you are rocking with the show, please go ahead. Right now, like I said, I just need $20 to open the panel. And right now, because of this lovely lady, we just need $18 to go ahead and open the panel so we can have a conversation, y'all. I know y'all want to get on Rogue C about what she's saying. So let me know. So let's see. I got this. I just want to see if they're going to let me know who that was. Okay, thank you so much, White School Podcast. I appreciate you so much, Boo, for the support. I appreciate you. I just didn't want to put your information out there like that. So, y'all laughing at the Tim Burton. Listen, so just a little pro makeup tip just for my girlies who are in the chat right now. If you are wondering about the whole contouring thing, avoid it. I am not a contour girly. Anything I do, it is all bronzer, because with Black women, the sun loves us, right? So if you kind of want to go ahead and do the whole sun-kissed look, you will actually get your bronzer and you will put it in the same places that you will contour, and it gives your makeup dimension. So it doesn't make you really look super flat if you're just wearing like 2 different shades. It gives your makeup dimension, but it also gives you that natural suntan, sun-kissed look that just brings such beauty and glow to the face. And that is my favorite thing to do. So instead of contour for my Black woman, I do always recommend bronzing. So let's go ahead and get this in.
I'm so tea, bro.
540. Nothing. I've been out here since 5:45 in the morning. Right now, you can save £50 per person.
Shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes. Again, thank you so much, ladies, for your support. I do enjoy having these conversations, and it does mean so much to me where you all are able to just be generous and show love. Thank you, Red Lipstick Vibes. Girl, I got to actually send you something because it's your birthday, but I appreciate you, boo. Thank you so much.
That's £200 off for a family of 4.
Good morning, Philly. You can tell I look very tired. Come with me to the Hair Palace grand opening. We out here. We getting it off, you know.
Thank you, Red.
Let's see what they got. All right, y'all. We still out here. We've been out here for like an hour, maybe 45 minutes. It's definitely a lot of people.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the
line starts all the way down there, goes down this way, back up, and then this way. I'm here, and then it goes all the way down there. So, but that being said, I'm not even tripping. I stood in Beyonce merch lines, like, yeah. Bro, what the fuck? I just ran off on the hair plug. And I kept staring down here, y'all. It's super duper crowded. The line go all the way back there. What? But I'm in line for y'all. So if y'all want something, DM me some of your money. I get whatever y'all want. We made it this far, y'all. This how far? Hold on, flip the camera. We got up here, but the line. That's just still back there. Look, it's still everybody done wrecked up.
See, I saw those clips. Okay. At this point, like, I really don't know what else to say other than that. Like, you're looking to get bundles. You said they have bundles for $25, any length, all of that. We want weave in our hair so bad. so bad, right? That you're going to either call out of work, because this is a weekday. This is all happening in the during this week, right? You're calling out of work. You are waking up super early. Again, I'll make it very clear that you will show up in a line for hours and hours and hours to get a discount on some weave and some edge control. But you ain't sure to see your kid's school not one time this school year. Not once. Not one time. I don't understand, y'all. I get it. We give so much money to the beauty industry. We give so much money, and I'm not knocking it. But I think the fact that we are seeing this happen and how we are flooding, because they want the bundles. It ain't about, the edge control and the little air freshener, whatever they was offering, but they want that weave. They want the bundles. And I get it. If the hair costs, I don't know, $100 a bundle, you get it for $25. That's a major discount.
She's not wrong about that when it comes down to how a lot of us will actually react to discounts for hair, wigs, and weaves and not be there for our children. I don't disagree with Just Girl Talk. I actually really very much enjoy her channel. I don't know. I noticed the same thing. I don't know if she is or not. I think she is just more traditional because as you see, she has her hair out now. So I think she just likes to be on the traditional side of things where she can go ahead and just wear it as is. They are married to weave is crazy. By the way, y'all, shout out to the ladies. Because of the ladies, we just need $10 to open up the panel. So if you are in the position to, I did pin the link to my Cash App, as well as if you can donate, we just need $10 to go ahead and open up the panel. Thank you again, ladies. I appreciate you. But yeah, she hit on something about that. And I do believe that there is an addiction to it. Because there is an issue, I said that earlier, about women who kind of will put this over their actual responsibilities. And, it's every now and then I kind of make jokes because I grew up where situations where if the money was tight and it came down to, hair getting done, the hair got done. And a lot of family members would do that. But, it was never always, it was never often. And then at the end of the day, the bill still got paid. But there are women who kind of just live paycheck to paycheck just to kind of keep up with the Joneses, and that is problematic because when it comes down to our hair and our beauty and things like that, it should always be affordable because at the end of the day, all you should be doing is enhancing what you look like. Not saying that you can't get the more expensive things, but it doesn't make sense to kind of put money in other people's pockets where if you are actually needing it, because you can have a great style for less, and I don't think we actually really need to compete with that. Now, with that being said, since we did bring up the whole conversation about what you're spending your money on, I do have my next segment being, if you're not funding it, why are you complaining? Go ahead and do that. Boop, there we go. And let's do this. Hold on, y'all. Y'all forgive me. Y'all know I'm trying to still, and I'm going to go back to Just a Girl Talk, but I kind of want to get into this segment real quick with y'all. So here's where I'm jumping back, to defend the ladies, right? Fellas, if she isn't your girlfriend, your wife, your fiance, your daughter, or somebody that you're actually responsible for, why are y'all so emotionally invested? Because seriously, if another grown woman wants blue hair, 30-inch bundles, pink eyelashes, or glitter on her eyebrows, how exactly does that really affect your life? You're not paying for her salon bill, right? You're not paying for her makeup. You're not even paying for her rent. You're not taking her on dates. So why are you mad? And it's not the same thing as policing. You can say quietly that that's just not for me. As we said earlier, if it does not match your lifestyle, you're absolutely able to say that instead of going up to a woman who's not matching your lifestyle and trying to force her to match your lifestyle. Without making it your life's mission to announce at every Instagram reel, some men just need to act like they're So hold on. Because this is where I have an issue. A lot of men are acting like they're conducting beauty inspections for women that they will never meet or ever date or ever actually be with. Because y'all are saying those are not the women that you even want to date, let alone those aren't the women that are probably even wanting to date you. So fellas, do you think that social media has convinced men that every opinion needs to be shared? Or is it just harmless commentary? Are y'all really just trying to give the big brother homeboy advice that y'all think y'all are giving? Come on, fellas. Yeah, come on, fellas. Where's the support? Where's the money, fellas? Thank you so much, Christopher. Thank you. F them bills, they'll come next month. Listen, and that's how a lot of people feel. The bills are going to be there. Sometimes you get them grace periods versus when you need that hair done right then and there. So, it is what it is. Complaining because I can't get a date unless I cover the weave tax. No one is asking for that, but shout out to the men who don't have an issue with making sure that their girl looks great. I'm here to support that 1000%, fellas. If you are making sure that your woman looks good at every turn of the way and she is returning the favor by making sure that you look good because she looks good, shout out to that dynamic. We're not mad at that at all. Thank you so much, Magnetar. I'm happy that y'all are agreeing, y'all. So Zoomer is saying big brother advice at best. So even though you don't know those women, because again, it does kind of come off a little strange if you are trying to convince women that you don't really know. Hold on. Am I supposed to check my Cash App? Hold on. Y'all ain't let me know nothing. Y'all gotta let me know stuff. Shout out to Magnetar. Okay, so shout out to Magnetar. Because of him, we have beat the halfway mark to our $50 goal, and we could go ahead and open up the panel. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Listen, you ain't had to be snippy with it. So y'all make sure to thank Magnetar because we are going to go ahead and open up the panel. The link is going to be down there, so feel free and we can commentate together. I appreciate you, brother. This is where so many women get it wrong. Women are ruining their lives by not listening to men, but keep on listening to the foolishness you already see how far it's gotten, Black women. Men don't like the fake hair BBL nonsense. I digress. Not gonna lie, I don't think you can speak for all men because there are men who do love the BBL fake hair nonsense that you're saying. But again, if it is not your preference, I do agree with you. And I do agree that women should listen to the men that actually matter to her, because usually those are the men that are going to have her best interests at heart. I don't believe that women should just listen to any and every man because that is unfair, because not every man has her best interests at heart. Some men can be dictating, some men can be controlling, but there are very big perks, ladies. If you have fathers, brothers, a boyfriend, husband, men in your life that actually do want to see you succeed and grow, I can go ahead and say that they do warrant being listened to and even sometimes being followed. Thank you. If Rue hit your goal, only the ladies can come up. Listen, fellas, listen, Magnetar kind of gave y'all some wiggle room, but if it is mostly women that are going to support the show, it might be a lady show. So thank you again. We are $20 away from the goal, $50 goal. So I appreciate all that can support the show, and thank you so much. I think women should listen to the type of men they want and vice versa. I agree, most definitely. I appreciate you for saying that, Quantum, because I most definitely agree. So y'all, the link is there. So I'm going to go ahead and continue playing the video. Let me go ahead and get my banner back up. And if y'all want to come on up and we'll talk. Fair use.
But to see that many women out there wanting weave, I'm just like, we have really gotten to a point where we don't even want to wear our natural hair, like at all.
Starting a fashion brand should not feel this impossible. Overseas production equals to slow.
Y'all know when I say Black women struggle to love themselves? This be y'all. No tea. I love the girls. But this BS. Lord knows it gotta stop. The problem is not that we wear wigs and weaves and we like to get our hair done in different styles, different braid styles with the woo. The problem is that y'all would rather have a terrible wig on than just wear your natural hair. And it's like the fact that y'all don't see the problem with that and like see like how traumatized you actually are is sad. Like y'all would die on the hill. Like y'all will wear a bad wig. I'm gonna say some bad wigs because you are so terrified to wear your natural hair. I would be terrified to walk out with that wig. You should feel terrified. But you are more scared of the follicles coming out your scalp.
Like I said, it can be women with hair. This ain't even about a woman not having hair. It's almost like, let me say this also. It's almost like you are shamed, which I've said before, or looked at as not as, it's almost like you're looked at as you're not T, you're not that girl if you wear your natural hair. I.e. why they started to have a problem with Cash Doll wearing her natural hair, her natural face. They want you to have the long bust down weave. They want you to have all of the wig. Women love this stuff.
It be other Black women. Okay. I literally just got off the plane from Miami. And if y'all want to know what that was like being a natural Black woman down in Miami, say something in the comments. But I just watched this video of this Black woman in her military uniform with her braids in, and she was saying that Black women do not like to wear their natural hair out because it is short and because they feel childish with that short haircut. And I will honestly tell you that it be other Black women making y'all feel like that. It really do. When I was in my 20s, I big chopped twice. This is my third big chop. We'll talk about that later. I did both of my big chops with my boyfriends at the time. They were very supportive of me walking around with this much hair. When I told other Black women that that's what I was going to do, they told me, oh, girl, I hope it grows out fast. Oh, what are you going to do? At least you can wear a wig. They come up with everything that they could think of to say to me as far as how I can hide that I don't have no hair or how I might be lacking in confidence because I don't have no hair. Meanwhile, these be the women who you don't even know if they have edges for real, boo, because they in a wig or braids 24/7.
They love it. So the fact that we prioritize waiting in line for that, but in the city of Philadelphia right now, the contracts for teachers, counselors are on, their contract is up August 31st. And if that contract is not renewed and they don't come to a decision, they will go on strike. That means thousands and thousands of kids won't have teachers to teach them.
If it ain't one thing, it's a motherfucking another. So first, they just ended the strike with the trash union yesterday, the 9th in Philly. Then I wake up this morning on the 10th to find out that the teachers have been authorized to go on strike as of September 1st if their contract demands are not met when their contract ends on August 31st. My kids will start school the 25th. Okay, so with that information being provided, and now we know what we know, what y'all finna do? What y'all finna do? Because they deserve the money.
The city of Philadelphia schools have got the okay to strike if, again, the terms aren't met by August 31st. And for anybody wondering, because I was, the city workers and the teachers have separate city budgets. So if the city workers get their demands met, from what I read, it does not affect the teachers getting their demands met.
Hi, Wife School Podcast. How are you, Mama? Hold on. Sorry about that.
How are you?
I'm well. I'm so sorry. I was trying to find the other video and I could not find the other video that I was doing. How are you? Talk to me about what you're thinking.
I am just like, whew. Please excuse me. We got some Latinos over here. If you hear the noise, it's
y'all having a party. Y'all having fun?
They having a party every day. I think it's just a sensitive place for Black women. Our hair has always been the topic of discussion. Now, it's nothing new. Historically, people have always had a amazement with it, a problem with it, try to control it, or you know, just some way to make us feel uncomfortable about it. But I like that you're touching on it, because if we don't have to rely on extensions and things like that. As you talked about, if we're not affirming our children and telling them that they're beautiful. My daughter has a big
beautiful afro. Shout out to the afro.
Yes. Oh my goodness. 4C, the kinkiest kind. And I had to take my time to learn that and then affirm her and tell her that she is beautiful. people that I know, near us in our family, when I straighten it, they like, ooh, that's when all the compliments come out. Oh, so cute and long. Now that's when the compliments come out. But when, it's in her double twist and, low manipulative state, you don't hear anything. So sometimes subconsciously, you may not think about it, but subconsciously that is sending you a message. The man may say, "Oh, you look so nice and put together," but when you're in your double twisted, low manipulative state, ain't nobody saying nothing. Actually, they're saying, "Oh, this and that. You need to be natural." Okay, well, I am, but you're not dating me. You're not courting me. Are you marrying us in math, or things like that? So it's like you said, don't listen to what a person says, because a person can say a whole bunch of nothing. Listen to what they do. And look at their actions and what they do. That's the telltale with, with interacting with relationships and men's and friendship and stuff like that. Don't try to come for me and you said, or you're talking about me when my makeup's 4 shades dark. You know what I'm saying? You talk about me when I'm down, but you don't want to help. So you're absolutely right. This is such a good topic.
Thank you. I'm happy you were able to come through. I try to catch your lives, or when you do your videos, I try to catch them as much as I
can. I've been taking a back seat because I'm just kind of overwhelmed. I think I got content fatigue. Just hearing people. It's just too much, and I'm empathetic in that way, so I can take on a lot. So I just have to take a step back and just observe from the clouds, and I just be like, oh, this is so hard, but when I do get opportunity, I try to come up and, support people that are actually talking about something that really is affecting the community.
Well, definitely know you are always welcome if you just want to be here on the chill vibe. I try to keep it very chill. We're balanced over here. We're not anti-man, anti-woman. I try to keep the topics, if we are going to talk about something serious, but we can also, talk about something that kind of is a little lighter. And that's why I wanted to kind of have this conversation, just to get down to the nitty gritty of it. Shout out to Frank Sinatra, because Frank is asking about if Rogue C wears her natural hair and if she does it online as well. So I just kind of wanted to show some videos with my actual natural hair.
Real bad.
That is still working out. Hold on. That was not. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So that is my natural afro. I'm gonna find the other ones.
Hey, what she look like, bro? Shawty press, shawty fine, face card valid. She gonna slay it every time.
So let's see. That is my beautiful grandmother. Natural hair. I love it. Thank you. And I do actually have 4C hair as well. For those who didn't know,
you are saying I'm your one of my favorite. I got a kid. There is a.
So, shout out to the 4C hair. And I get it, because I think Dr. Steele was also asking about if Black women can feel creative with their hair. It all comes down to the education. Like you even said, White School Podcast, about actually knowing and learning about having to take care of your daughter's hair, because not every woman is gifted with that. A lot of times, a lot of women in the Black community were actually robbed of that gift. So I just wanted to show off that, yes, Roxy wears her natural hair.
For a lot of women, we find ourselves, we're the fun girls.
Right. Yeah, like you said, instead of actually taking time to, it takes time. You have to plan it out, make time for it, for that type of hair care, especially for that texture. Or else, people we can't blame our parents to a certain extent. They just did the best that they could because they were trying to have convenience for themselves, so they slap a perm or things like that on the hair. And then when we grow up and we finally get a hold of some information, we're like, wow, I can do this with my hair. I can take care of it. There's products and stuff where I can style it a certain way. It's just education. There's trichologists out there. That there's a book that I bought, The Black Hair Science. So actually learning about straightening, that you can straighten your hair. It's better to straighten your hair. You're doing less damage than putting a perm on it. You're just straightening the bond on the hair strand. Yeah, I actually wanted to become a trichologist. I think I might still end up going back to school just to go ahead and get that certification, just because I am a licensed cosmetologist. Because my love for cosmetology was always about healthy hair and the science behind it. Because if you actually get down to the nitty gritty of it,
once you really know about hair, it does kind of become an easier, and it's almost exciting when you learn, like you said, about the hair bonds and all that. And it's just amazing to know how amazing black hair is, especially with 4C hair. 4C hair does not have what is called the medulla. So a lot of situations with our hair is the strongest, but also the most delicate. And that's where I feel like a lot of people get confused because even with black women, they might assume just because you have so much dense hair, because our hair goes upward and you can have a lot of hair. A lot of black women think they automatically have coarse hair. It's not the case. A lot of black women actually have fine hair. So the moment we start really trying to manipulate our hair, we start breaking our hair, and that's where we breakage and the issues and the damage.
Absolutely.
So I'm happy you brought that
and
up.
we don't trim it because we think it's gonna grow long. No, you gotta trim it, or it's just so many things. And plus the hairstylists, we don't really have any more hairstylists. Like just so many things that we're doing out of convenience. Yes, you probably get the wigs and things. I don't care. I have one on right now. If you guys don't know, I got persecuted online for wearing wigs. I have
you are beautiful.
So that means my hair. Thank you.
Listen, like I said,
I'm bald, so I don't have a problem with that.
Hold on. Yeah, sometimes
but
I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
A lot of love. Yeah,
Rogue C just likes her inches. I can't lie to you. I do like a couple inch or so. So we can't be mad at it. Especially my biggest thing with women was always, even if it's the most unnatural wig, make it look natural. Make it look like you.
Oh yeah.
We had a slight argument on one of my shows earlier this week about how black women are trying to be like other races of women, and that's not the case. No matter what I do with this hair, Rogue C is unapologetically a black woman. You cannot make me be anything else. No matter what you might want to assume, I'm always going to root for black people. And that just comes with the fact that we can look like any and everything because we can do whatever we want with our hair.
Absolutely. And it's like you said, it doesn't change my ethnicity. It doesn't change my skin. I'm just changing the texture and color. That does not mean, that's Eurocentric or whatever. There's blonde Aborigines in Australia. What about them? Why can't I be a blonde Aborigine in Australia? You know what I'm saying? The black people have such a spectrum of color and texture to conceptualize it and throw it to try to give the credit to a European. That's not, that's not cool. I say give us some kudos. I mean, explore the different textures and colors that people of color can bring, or that we do have. And that's why I say a lot of people do need to read. Often we just, as we saw the videos, regurgitate what we hear certain people online say. And that's why it's always a talking point, never an educated endeavor to really get an answer. I try to get a little background, I try to give a little grace, because you never know what a person's going to do. Like I said, I have alopecia. So you don't know, but I let people talk until I say, well, I have I'm sorry. Okay, cool. But but now I know where your mind and heart is, but that has nothing to do with if I'm a bad or good person or incapable of being a feminine woman.
Or incapable
we see
of
that a lot of
these
other cultures. Oh yeah. Come on.
Right.
It's bad because you won't, like you said, you won't accept it on me. You won't accept it on a Rogue C, but you'll accept it on a Kim K. You'll accept it on a Daphne that just was doing some crazy stuff online. But then I heard some people say, she's flicking her hair. She's so feminine. Are you serious? You just seen her feminine, but she's so feminine. And it's just something that we curate in these spaces. Like, that's why I say I don't listen to what people say. I listen to what they affirm, what they validate, what they pick, what their preference is.
And that's why I like Dr. Quantum was also saying. Because she even says that's why we should determine our own beauty standards and promote our hair. And I'm never going to disagree with that. That's why the natural hair movement, the Crown Act, y'all heard me talk about this before as well. These are necessary movements, because these are the things that keep us, I even brought up, white school. I've even talked about the whole Tegan laws that were in Louisiana, years ago. And I've talked about the fact that Black women have been ashamed for their hair no matter what they do with it, even when it's natural. So when we do promote our actual standard of beauty, it does make a difference. It does show these little Black girls that your hair is beautiful and you don't need to cover it up. But again, me as an adult and knowing what I know in my mind is not in a childish mindset. My mom, even with the relaxer, always had the little 2 plaits with the little bubble beads at the end of it. I was doing the little girl hairstyles even with the relaxer. When I went natural, my mom's favorite thing was my little Afro puffs, right? So it is a matter of just also knowing what is age appropriate. I do not believe outside of junior and senior who might be doing prom and stuff like that, you don't need no 30-inch bust down. You don't need a lace front. Even with the idea of a half wig, I can get with a half wig. Even this is going to show my mama and my kind of dynamic and age, right? Even when I was growing up, maybe like 5th grade or so, the little clip-on ponytails with the drawstring and everything, those were the styles that I wore, right? But it was always appropriate. And so that's why absolutely. Like, women do need to make sure, and like I appreciate you for saying that, because at the end of the day, you said as a mother, even if I wasn't aware of how to do my daughter's hair, I learned. And I love that.
Absolutely. I think and not to shade my brother, he got with a woman of another ethnicity, but the baby's hair was never done. The baby's hair was left unattended, and went and you know I believe they assume that, not throwing any shade. Sometimes you fantasize like, oh, the baby's gonna have good hair. That's what they say. Let's not lie. And the baby, she came out Rasta pasta, just like my daughter, 4C, okay? And sometimes it was left unattended, and so it just, you cannot leave 4C hair alone. Some of them is going to mat and tangle and curl around and stuff because it's so curly. And we had to just detangle the baby's hair because from those people from that ethnicity, they're used to blowouts. They're used to that speed and everything. They don't even want no remnants of curly sometimes in their culture. And so the poor baby had to suffer, you know. So and I would just educate. I said, you know, we're, doing it this time. I said, don't be afraid. Get some water in there, moisturize it, put a little leave-in, and take your time to brush. I said, this is how you do it, But some people, they don't know how much work that it does take, or men may not know how much it takes to actually care for that type of hair. No, they can get in the seed, pick it out, leave, whatever. But when you don't know, it's easy to talk about it.
And that's why I hope and pray, if God blesses me with a daughter, I would love to show her that your wash day is a ritual. It is a routine. Wash day should be a day where you should feel like I can do any and everything, because that is the day that I dedicate for myself to really just be Rogue C, right? I'm going to get into my 4C hair, like you said, detangle. Those are the days, if I'm feeling really feisty, I might do my own lash extensions, right? I might do my manicure, pedicure. I like to call it the it's not me making up this word. We've said it online all the time, the everyday everything shower, where you want to make sure that you do your skin prep, you do your exfoliating, your shaving, all that good stuff, right? So I want women to understand, especially Black women, that it is ritualistic in the best way to really just care for ourselves. When you take off everything, when you take off the makeup, and then you can just look in the mirror and say, this is me, and I feel just as beautiful with it on or off. That's where I want Black women to get to. I want Black girls to get to that point, because we do have too much of the world telling us we're not good enough, and that's not fair in any capacity.
Right. So I definitely, and my daughter, she's not like that. She's a firm, and I look around, she be looking all crazy too, but she's in high school, because that's where the most eyes and criticism is. She isn't really affected by that. She didn't say, oh, mom, they came home and did this. She goes, she wears her Afro puffs out sometimes, like she just goes. And I always tell her, I said that your hair is very beautiful and things like that. And I said, she's really not insecure. And that's the only thing I really tried to pour into her, because everything's vying for the attention of our children and their mind. So if we're not doing it, she might come across one of the young men that listen to the content creators. Oh, what up? You know what I'm saying? It's out there. I talk to people and I'm like,
But the beautiful thing that I also
gotta
want
do my due diligence. I have sons and teach them that, when.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I think we have a slight delay.
Oh, no. And I probably cut you off too.
No, you're good. Well, I was gonna say I do also like the idea of telling girls and women, not every man is gonna have the same beauty standards. There are gonna be men that just love you for you, and he's gonna love you with the wig on or wig off. So I definitely don't have an issue with that either. And I think it's a beautiful situation where we can just embrace whatever makes you feel good as a woman. Not saying that you have to cover up, not saying that you have to be something you're not, but if it is going to make your confidence skyrocket, and you still know how to take care of you after it's all said and done, I think it's beautiful. And shout out to Dr. Quantum, because Dr. Quantum was saying, yes, wash day is very much that, especially with for natural locks. And I think locks are beautiful. The only reason why Rogue C can't commit to locks is because y'all can see I love to change my hair way too much to really commit to one hairstyle. But sister locks, the only thing I don't like, and y'all don't hate me, I don't like wigs. Those are the only hairstyle where I'm looking at black people like that does not look good. I do not like wigs as a cosmetologist. I think it's I think it's lazy. I don't like it. I know that they have a historical background, but I'm like, the same way I'll say certain foods we don't need to eat no more, like we don't need to eat chitlins no more. You don't need to wear your hair like that anymore.
Oh,
welcome in, Robbie. Thank you so much.
Looking like a cactus.
Robbie says it is very zesty to try to regulate any woman. It's not your woman. And see, Raw, I'm happy that you said that, because our next segment, and let me make sure that the link is out there, because it might just be a lady show, and we're okay with that. If the fellas just want to sit back and learn something, let's learn them something. But the next segment, and I definitely want your opinion on that, is what if she's your woman? You know, I just talked about, and shout out to Robbie for bringing it back, that I was talking about what if the woman is not your woman. But now I want to switch it, right? Because I think this changes when we are talking about this man's actual woman. If it's your girlfriend, your wife, the woman that's representing your household, should you care if she leaves the household looking put together? And I think most men would say yes, right? But notice Absolutely. I didn't say that she has to wear the makeup, she has to wear the wigs, she has to wear lashes, but looking put together. Because I think that's what a lot of the gentlemen in chat are trying to make sure that we understand when they say the natural woman. But that put together looks different for every woman. Some women glow naturally. Some women glow with glam, right? And neither is automatically better. But if she's wearing her natural hair and she keeps it healthy, like we were saying before, if she's wearing wigs and make sure that they fit properly, because everybody was talking in the chat about wigs falling off at basketball games. Y'all are foul, by the way. But if she's also wearing makeup and make sure that she blends it right, whatever her style is, I think as the man of the household, her husband, her boyfriend, you can help elevate it. Because if you genuinely do love someone, you want them looking and feeling their best. And I want to know what you think about that. Welcome in, Uda.
Yeah,
Thanks so much for joining.
Oh, yeah. I don't think men, because they're going to be like, they already asked the question, you wearing that? You going looking like that? People, that's just black folk. That's how we do. And I think, because they don't have to do much, just throw on a hat or whatever to go.
Right.
It's probably, you know, the understanding that men and women are different. Like, oh no, I gotta do this. So they're just like, just come on. Sometimes they don't have a problem. Like you said, they accept the woman like, girl, let's just get out of here. But then there's the dynamic that the man's like, oh man, this is gonna be in a whole half an hour process, you know. So some men understand the process and some men they don't mind it. But
what about the men that are constantly brushing their beards? That's always been listen, I love a good beard, right? But when I see a man that's just constantly walking around with the hairbrush and they're going ahead, and I don't even have a brush on me right now, but they're constantly just I'm like, what you doing, brother? The beard is not tangled in a matter of 3 seconds that you just brushed your beard. You're good. And then my favorite is when they're brushing that beard, but then be bald on top. And I'm like, brother. That's my favorite thing.
I don't know. They're just trying to, I don't know. Maybe increase circulation, let's just say.
Hello. But let me find this, because somebody brought this up about men who go to the barbershop and get that extra lineup. Men, I'm going to look this up. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
So let me see, because I know you know what I'm talking about. The men with the extra crispy lineup, but they be using too much of this.
They call it enhancement. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the white line on the outside.
Girl, okay, hold on. Let me share my screen because it instantly knew what I was saying. So hold on. Because I'm not a barber, y'all. I'm a cosmetologist. So I'm not judging you brothers if this is what you do. If this is how you like to go out and look, I do feel like you have nothing to say about no wigs, weaves, eyelashes, and all that, though. So hold on. Oh, my goodness.
PSA barbers, please stop using enhancements on haircuts. It shouldn't look like you use half the bottle on one person. I'm going to show you a way to apply it.
So let's see, because I just want to see where these men are getting these quote-unquote enhancements, and then they feel like they can actually talk about what we're doing. Hold on. I want shorts. I don't feel, whoo, okay. So brothers, y'all okay with looking like this, but we can't wear our wigs and weaves?
Bro, now what you gonna do to it? I want that I want that black spray, and I want that white pencil line. Bring my shit back a little bit. Push my shit back a little bit. Yeah. And I got you. Bro, right with this bitch. You don't like this bitch here. All right, bro, you all done. All right? Yeah.
Man, what the fuck? You put all this fucking choke on this small cheese slice ass man?
Bro, that's what you said you wanted.
I ain't want this much fucking choke, nigga.
Well, if you don't like it, bro, it's on the house.
You fucking right, it's on the house, you bobblehead dinosaur.
Are you going? Because there are men that actually think that looks good. So are we accepting that, ladies? Are women going when it comes down to that look? Talking about ghetto. No, I'm not doing that either.
I don't mind, but I mean, tell your barber, okay, this is what, when we used to get our hair done back in the day, we get our hair done, we get it curled. They usually either they wrap it up. There's that wrap, we got to wrap if we got to blow out term or whatever. Some people don't like walking out with their little wrap on their head, like pick it down, make it look nice. Like I just got my hair done, or wipe it off with some alcohol. But they probably can't because they got the enhancement. Right. Oh, poor guys. But I don't hate on them because I know that they have some insecurities too. So that's why you would think they would see the understanding. But I mean, it's kind of not understanding if you already have hair on your hair and you add more. But I don't know. So it's different reasons and things like that. But I think more Black women have embraced their hair. They do the braids. They do so many things. But if you spend your life trying to manipulate yourself around other people's preferences, you're never going to be happy. and then they can change it. Yeah.
Magnetar said there were no crimes committed on my face, so don't need the chalk on me. Listen, that whole look was a crime. That barber needs to go to jail, respectfully. So I did want to also ask, because I did make this point earlier, right? And ladies in the comments, feel free to also tell me how you feel. Does a man look like an op if he lets his woman walk around looking busted? Because at the end of the day, if your man lets you leave the house, right, with your wig halfway off, lipstick on your teeth, mascara running, or your outfit looking crazy, is he protecting your feelings or is he setting you up?
If he lets me leave without looking crazy.
If he lets you leave looking crazy. So if he's not telling you, like, baby, you got lipstick on your teeth.
If he's protecting my feelings.
Baby, your hair, you might want to pull that wig up a little bit. Your wig slipping. If a man's not telling you all that, or even my favorite question that women act like they're going to get a man in trouble for, does this outfit make me look fat? And if he doesn't tell you the truth, is he protecting your feelings or is he setting you up?
I think he's protecting. He's in a protective mode for him, because he's like, if I tell her this, you're gonna bump me upside the head, you're gonna go crazy. So I think he just protected himself because he know. Because you probably don't ask him that question a few hundred times, and when he did, when he tried to be honest, you probably went a little bit crazy, but
okay, that's fair.
Men, I give them a little grace because they have to deal with us and our emotions sometimes. You know, sometimes we want what we want and things like that. So, and they try to bend as much as they can. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So here's my issue with that, though, when it comes down to, like you said, protecting themselves, and if they are in their weird way of thinking that they're protecting our feelings, because at the end of the day, our girlfriends are going to notice, our coworkers are going to notice, and most definitely the internet's going to notice, right? And then people start asking, where's her man? Didn't he tell her? Now, with that being said, though, I'm not saying that a man should just control how a woman looks, because I know how this can sound, right? But if your partner sees something embarrassing, shouldn't they tell you about it? Because it's not even just about protecting themselves, but I don't think I would want someone in my corner as my partner who's not going to tell me when Rogue C looks crazy. Luckily, I have people in my corner where I do my mic checks and all that before I come on live, and they're going to tell me, nah, get your hair this way. Nah, go ahead and fix your outfit not looking right. You might have a little wardrobe slip. And they even motivate me when it comes down to the idea of weight loss, because I've talked about my weight loss journey as well. So I do think it is important for especially a man who's dating a woman to tell her she's looking crazy, because I personally am going to look at you as an op. Like, you trying to set me up, dog.
Yeah, you should definitely be with a person that's mature enough to have those conversations. You know what I'm saying? Some people, they just triggered. I mean, you don't want to be on eggshells around a person. Hopefully that you can find somebody that's like your friend, that loves you, that respects you, and that wants to honor you, and you honor their, opinion, or that they are trying to make you look better, or they're looking out for you, and don't take it as a jab or taking anything from you. Definitely don't do that. Don't jump to those conclusions. And we should definitely be able to, definitely do, because we always got something to say. We're always observative and things like in that manner. And if there's a hole in my stocking, or baby, like, you don't look too good or something, like, it's not an automatic jab. He's just being logical in a way, and we have to always,
I hate stockings just for that reason, because as soon as I get a run in a brand new pair of stockings and I get a run in it, I'm like, what was your reason? What was your point? So I really hate that, but I'm happy you said that, because even Magnetar is saying this is me going, if I'm looking like I'm going to a job interview in a wife beater, 90s FUBU jeans, I expect her to say something. And I wanted to flip it just for that reason, because I need to know, or all the ladies, like you said, we always have an opinion. So we tell a man, baby, your zipper's down, your tie is crooked, go trim your beard, go get that haircut, or those shoes don't match that outfit. Like you said, we always have something to say, and we don't call it controlling when we do it. We don't see it as an issue when we're trying to tell our man how to look. But for some reason, and Dr. Quantum also said it, Lady Quantum said it, do women listen to other women or assume the woman is a hater for saying something to her? And then she also said earlier, do women listen when their men are correcting an outfit, or do they get offended? Because we have heard on these YouTube spaces women who call men controlling because a man might tell her not to wear something.
Yeah.
I do not like stockings.
I like stockings. I like the new ones that they came up with. Them look like skin, and it's like fleece underneath. Now those were great. Okay,
I like the fleece ones in the wintertime.
Or anything.
But what I'm trying, I also hate stockings because they're not made for Black women, respectfully. I don't think they know the curvature of Black women, because I will get the size that they say I'm supposed to wear, and then when you try to put all the hips and the booty up in there, them stockings say, no girl, no ma'am. I'm just like, this is disrespectful. And my mom also told me about the one time, maybe this is why I really hate stockings. One time when I was 3 years old, I was in church, and I put a run in my mom's stockings, and she may or may not have given me a whooping about it. We get fuzzy with the details.
Oh, no.
So I don't know. I like to have internalized hatred of stockings just for that reason. But going back to the subject matter,
process.
Listen,
I mean, we have to be, receptive. That's what I think. I was watching a Gordon Ramsay show about the restaurant nightmare, like the restaurant's about to go down, and so he's talking to the females, like the general manager. She's like, so he asked her, what restaurant have you ever managed? I'm the general manager. Like she just got instantly offended. Yep. So I'm never in a restaurant, but I've been a manager at somewhere. He said, okay, fuddy duddy. So what do you know about managing? Oh, you're trying to say I don't manage? Like he didn't ask you that. So what do you know about managing? I'm being disrespected. So she went automatically to the disrespectful, like this person is trying to help, or just ask you a question. But I'm being direct. Sometimes we may take directness as being disrespectful. But it's not that all the time. It really isn't that all the time. Sometimes we have to breathe and think, like, am I what about to say going to cause inflammation to the situation or not? Or is it that serious? Like sometimes we do have to slow down in our process of what is being said or asked. And
so do you think women have an issue? I'm sorry. I was just going to ask. So when we heard the Kevin Samuels, or like I said earlier, the men who will comment on every Instagram reel or whatnot, back to Dr. Quantum's question, is it an issue because men are saying it, or is it an issue because it's not our men saying it? Like, my man isn't telling me this, so why are you telling me this?
It's probably
should we listen to all men, or should we just listen to our men?
I think you should listen to your man. Okay. Or you definitely should listen to your man. But it's a cheat code if you're trying to, as you said before, trying to get that particular type of man, you should listen to what he's saying, because they obviously have a specific preference. They obviously have a specific circle. They are a network of people. So it's not just him, it's about status. So status means you have to behave in a certain way or whatever, but your man particularly, he's not gonna be like that because he already loves you. He already seen you drooling on the pillow, and he's already seen those different stages. So sometimes we get triggered, I think, and we want to jump in on the conversation. Nobody wasn't even talking to you. You got your man just like. That's why I wonder why sometimes married people start talking on certain issues, but you're already married. So why are you even over here talking about, women in their weaves? Like, don't you already got your woman? Then haven't I seen her with a drawstring ponytail on too? Because we know what a hairstyle is. We know what the makeup look like. But you're saying, this and that. But you're got the same thing on? I do. Okay, so whatever. But
so this is my issue, because the men are commenting, it depends. Homie is telling me stuff to you, homie. Your man won't tell you the harsh truth, but a good male friend will. And my issue with this, so fellas, the fact that y'all aren't even up here, because I feel like y'all are trying to spare Rogue C's feelings, and you're trying to spare a lot of the women's feelings by not even coming up here to argue your points. I don't know why the men are so scared to hit the link right now. Magnetar went ahead and opened up the link for everybody, and for some reason he doesn't want to come up. Homie, you're more than welcome to come up, because I would love to hear what the men actually have to say about this, because it does come off disingenuous when it does feel like men are just trying to criticize women. But if you guys are actually coming from a place of love and wanting to actually have the conversation, I think it's really important for us to hear you out, because if these are actual concerns that men feel like, I do want to actually hear it. Because even what Lady Quantum was saying, yes, I do believe that men's opinions matter. But again, if you come off with just criticism I don't believe in non-constructive criticism. Criticism without actual information, without telling me how to be better, you're not really helping me. You're just being mean to me. And I know how men feel about that with women, but you are being mean if you're not trying to tell me how to be better. No, you're good, homie. If you're at work, I guess I can give you a pass today. But no, none of the men want to feel like they want to. They're tiptoeing around this with me. All the men who are saying that they hate the wigs and weaves, none of y'all want to hit the link. I do think it's kind of funny. I know, homie. You're good. Don't worry. Magnetar is saying, who's criticizing? Next, I open it up, as you pointed out. What's their excuse? Listen, we still haven't even hit our goal for today. Y'all are not loving the content today. I guess Rogue C might have to pack it up. after, me and Wife Podcast get through the show, because y'all really not rocking with your girl today. We are $20 away from hitting our goal.
$20.
Right. We just need, a good little 20 ball.
These are good conversations because we have, like you said, the Crown Act. There's so many things that people have to get signatures and laws for. Okay, just for me to be me. Okay.
Hello. Yes,
in
ma'am.
professional spaces, you're just trying to work and just live your life, not trying to compete. You know what I'm saying? I went to school for such and such, not trying to compete, dealing with microaggressions. Oh, look at your hair, Tanya. Wow, what did you do to get those little curls? I've seen it. I've experienced it. And so it's something when you really just take the time to research it. I was telling you about, I was like, what? I'm sick of people talking about, women in their wigs. I said, is there any time when men wore wigs? And I literally went online and did the research. And back in the Jet magazines, they had the catalog part where you can order the wigs, and there was the men afro right there too, with a man modeling, because it takes a long time to grow that type of hair. So there's slap the wig on, and then boom, I'm in there. So it's just so funny how we don't really. We just want to do polarizing content and focus on women, because there's so much about a woman that you can highlight. We are amazing, right. So there are the bad women, but there are also the good attributes and a good essence about the women as well. And a lot of people copy us, pigmented, our color, and a lot of things. Right. And it just breaks my heart sometimes. And I know. So I make I sew.
Hold on, I think you're going out. I think you went out. Y'all let me know if it's me or if it's Wife School Podcast. Hello. You might need to come back in.
Okay,
you're back. Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. I am so sorry. Ghetto.
little malfunction. It's all good. But, homie asked a good question. So hold on, because I want to go backwards real quick. Quantum said, so being in a relationship means being with a man that won't be honest. Yikes. That is an issue. I do believe that men are valued in their opinion of the woman that they're with. We even had a conversation yesterday about correction. I do believe that a man can correct his woman. And I do believe that, if a man is in the wrong, a woman should be able to correct him. But in the same breath, there is just a point of leadership that I do have an expectation with men, that it kind of feels like I shouldn't have to correct you all the time either. Now, if we are just getting off track with each other, I think we as women can get us back on track with things. But I don't necessarily think when it comes down to just showing off our man's opinion, we can just do that because we know so much better than our man, right? I think our man's opinion on what he likes is warranted, especially if you want to keep said man. I think we lost her for a second, but the link is down there. So homie also said, most of the men know I don't tell their girl the truth because it comes with a lot of ish we don't want to hear. So I understand that because, women, we can kind of give you a little more back talk. With women, we can kind of just be a little more sensitive. So it does kind of matter on how you actually say things as a man, for one, but it also just matters what you're saying. Because like I said, if you're just giving criticism just to be mean without actually giving me the constructive side of things, it's kind of useless, because why are you trying to be mean to me if you're my man? And if you really want me to be better, which is why I said, if a man is letting a woman walk out crazy, you're an op. But if you also are just letting me just, do what I want to do because you're afraid of telling me the truth, you're an op too. And then if you're just being mean to me, you're most definitely an op. But homie also wanted to ask, hold on. Why must y'all do comparisons when men raise a complaint? Would you like to answer that first, or?
Yeah, what I noticed that men are usually making a complaint because you are usually using a comparison.
Mm-hmm.
When people do make a complaint, is this when somebody makes a complaint, it's usually compared to something else. Like if you went to a restaurant and they didn't fry the chicken because this tastes funny, or then like you're like, because you knew it tastes good at one point, like, so you're comparing it to either this or that, or you like, it's always a comparison. I don't think it's just an isolated thing. Sometimes it may be like that, but when it's not a comparison, it's sort of like what Rogue C is saying. Like when it's not a comparison or whatever, you're really trying to, be honest and help me to be better. That's cool. But if it's based on a comparison, then that's not good, because I'm not that person. And just like I wouldn't compare you to Denzel Washington, because you're not that person. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But most of the times, some people do complain based on comparisons, or based on, well, I don't want people to look at me like this, or based on other outside factors. But I know that's not all the case. So I'll say that hopefully that the person is not always, upset because men are just making maybe a disagreement. I don't know if the complaint is the right word.
I can say that there are women that do complain as soon as a man speaks up. There are women that complain about it. Now, I do have an issue with if you are telling me as men that your woman is always complaining about when you have something to say. But it's not necessarily, a lot of men will come on my panel and say, well, why can't we say this without y'all bringing up black men? It's not about comparing black men and black women. Y'all already know I don't feel like we're equal by any means. But with that being said, if, again, you are just coming off just complaining for the sake of complaining, I don't think you can really warrant anything if you're not trying to give a solution as men. So that's why I said it's all about constructive criticism, which is where I feel like a lot of women will come back and say, well, you do it too, or well, you do this and this, because again, you're not being constructive. If you come and say, Rogue C, your hair looks crazy, Rogue C, you got a big nose, Rogue C, you got this and this, and then I'm just like, okay, what do you want me to do with that? Eventually, it's going to feel like you're roasting me. So I'm going to have to clown and roast you back. And I feel like that's where the quote unquote comparison comes in. And shout out to Rue. Because of Rue, we did hit our goal today. I don't know. I feel like y'all are not loving Rogue C today. I might have to fall back because I feel like I am just a redheaded stepchild right now.
No, don't fall back. I mean, it's one of the real conversations. It's tough, but
there's not enough drama. I haven't given them enough wow factor.
Yes, it's some drama there.
Right. But I'm hoping that the men come up so we can really get to tussling. Y'all don't want to tussle today. It must be a chill Saturday night. The men are fed.
Or maybe there'll be an understanding.
Maybe
they're like, maybe they're getting like, oh, okay, I understand.
Maybe. Either that or there's a game on. I feel like there's a game going on right now that they want to watch. I know it's the FIFA World Cup right now, so they might be interested in that. But listen, it's funny to me because we're making this conversation about the fact that men are saying these things about hair weaves, makeup, and all that. But the moment that we're trying to have the real talk conversation, y'all are nowhere to be found. Y'all are crickets. And I really wanted to kind of have this conversation with y'all because it does seem like men are coming with these. Hello, welcome in, Shicey Bum. You were about to take the words right out my mouth. Men are very insecure, especially when it comes down to women that they can't really have a claim to. And that's where it comes off weird. So homie says y'all initiate with comparison when in defense mode. That's what I'm saying. I agree. You literally just agreed with me, homie, when I said it feels like you're roasting me. So now I got to roast you back. Let's see. Lady Quantum is saying this is interesting. And homie is asking, do black men say we don't like our women to blank y'all rebuttal with comparison to compromise the focal point? Homie, I might need you to kind of rephrase that question. That was a little confusing. Welcome in, Ricardo. What you got for me today?
Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, so there is a game on, by the way, so you're right about that.
I know my men folk very well. I know y'all.
Yeah, it's Colombia versus Portugal. So it's a good deal, but so yeah, but no.
Who we rooting for? Colombia or we rooting for Portugal?
Me personally, I'd rather Portugal take it. I want to see Cristiano really get his World Cup victory. So
shout out to Portugal.
We'll see.
We'll
see.
So
but yeah, I just wanted to give my take. I don't think it's necessarily the makeup itself that's the issue. I think it's more so when it becomes excessive. I think that's really the foundation of a lot of men's argument in general when it comes to it. Because most guys actually, they don't mind it as long as it just, like you were saying earlier, enhances what she already has. It's not until it becomes her identity and her whole, she bases her self-esteem and her character off of it. Because some people, they get done up and they go through that whole process and then they come out a different person for the worse. Sometimes they're more negative, they're more arrogant and things like that. Mm-hmm. So I think as long as it doesn't interfere with the person's character, which it does sometimes, I think as long as it doesn't, I don't think most guys have a problem with it. As long as it's not excessive and as long as it doesn't change who she is, per se. Mm-hmm. So,
and I can actually give you that because we did talk a little bit earlier about when women get addicted to it, women who do try to actually cover up from themselves. And I can see from a man's point of view where that actually gets really frustrating, right? And it does get frustrating if you are a man that's saying, baby, I really do just love you who you are and you don't need to cover up for me. But there are situations that can kind of reflect in a woman's mental health where she does feel like she needs to cover up. I know when I was going through postpartum, I felt ugly, especially because, during my pregnancy, my hair was flourishing. I was glowing. I looked amazing. But the moment that pregnancy was over, a couple of months or so after, I felt horrible about myself. My skin was acting up. My body weight was fluctuating between breastfeeding and all that. And that was probably the worst I ever felt about my self-esteem and my actual physical appearance. And it was not helpful when people around me were just telling me, okay, you look good. I'm like, why are you lying to me? Okay, you needed, and nobody was coming at me with the right answers. And I feel like that's where I started really trying to cover up with my clothing, my makeup and stuff like that. And that's just one instance of how it can really affect women. So I think, to Ricardo's point, when it comes down to our man, I don't want you to sugarcoat things for me as a man. And I want you to be honest, but especially with your honesty, I want a solution with it. And I think that's where a lot of women get frustrated, because not just with our men, but with people around us just telling, yes, girl, you look great, knowing I don't. It kind of comes off just disingenuous and fake, and you're not helping me. And the makeup feels like it's helping me. The waist trainer feels like it's helping me.
Ooh, fuck.
Freaking. Now, would you say it's possible that those people were actually being authentic? They actually, were complimenting you genuinely? Or you think it was just...
No.
Okay.
I was beat up. Toe up from the flow up. But again, could it have been...
Like, because you got your close friends and then you got your associates. Your associates are probably going to tell you, oh, girl, you look good. Your friends will be like, ooh, girl.
But, I can't get mad at people because, even homie just said y'all can't handle honesty. And I think people handle women too much with kid gloves at times. And they do forget. Now, let me say this first. As a woman, when I'm with my man, yes, I am as docile and childlike as can be, because at that point, he makes me feel comfortable where I really don't have to be the tough, big, strong woman, right? But when it comes down to actually handling honesty, I don't want someone to lie to me. I don't want someone to handle me with kid gloves. I want the honest truth, because how can I become better? How can I be the best version of Rogue C if you're pretty much keeping me away from it by telling me where my flaws are? Quantum,
that's why I think that men don't go to church too, because y'all can't handle the honesty. So don't say that women can't handle honesty. I think women can handle it very well if they're saying, leave that man alone. Get out that bed, stop shacking. There's just certain honesties that I think men don't accept either. So it's not a tit for tat. I just think people in general like to be made to feel good. Some of our friends, they just see your demeanor. Sometimes they don't want to bruise your ego. There's certain things that us women, we can't say, even though we can say it, but if we say it, it ain't gonna end well, because there's some things that trigger the women, and there's definitely some things that trigger the men. And so it's about respect. So don't come off and just say, "Oh, y'all can't handle honesty." Most people like to do what they want to do, and it's hard when they do meet that hard truth. It's that's why it's called the hard truth for a reason. You know, so I know there's something that you probably don't want to hear, Mr. Homie. You know what I'm saying? If somebody told you,
he's saying you're doing it again. He says you're comparing again, and that's not acceptable.
No, I'm just using an illustration of that we all have hard truths and that we don't want to hear. But
Ricardo,
yeah,
because before I get in,
no, I was just gonna say, just going back to the foundation of what I was originally saying. I think that again, the core of the issue is the sometimes excessiveness of it. It can because it's such a confidence booster. It can get really out of hand, and you know, it would kind of be like the equivalent of a guy using steroids. You know, at that point, it goes when a man uses steroids to look more attractive and enhance his muscles. At that point, it goes from being, you know, something that muscle building, which is something that's healthy, to something that's toxic. You know, steroids. It's being overdone. You know, and makeup can kind of do that in the same way. And when you were playing the Kevin Samuels video earlier, I think that's the crux of what he was trying to say. Like when it gets to that point, you know, where it's just really overdone, and because he was referring to how different people get on there and they can transform themselves into a whole nother person that's, you know, you can't even, then they don't even look the same at all.
Right.
So I just think when it becomes something that is just overdone, you know, I think that's the real issue. And I think that's where we get into the mental health side of it.
And I think it's funny, you know, that you brought that up, because, you know, I wanted to also talk about how, yes, women can also be in men's business. We tell you guys how to dress. We tell you guys about the cologne you wear. We tell you guys what our preference are when it comes down to how you all look as well. So I don't think it's fair to just turn on men. And that's why I really couldn't disagree with what Kevin Samuels was saying. Like I said earlier, I think a lot of talking points just kind of became a roast for a lot of men instead of just the real conversation, which is why I really couldn't be mad at what he said in that video. But so many people started trying. It was like a bad game of telephone, right? So they heard what Kevin said, and then they decided to be like, oh, well, you wig wearing, helmet hat wearing. It became a roast session where a lot of women were like, what the hell is going on? Why are you saying all this to me? Because you have no business doing this. Where it comes down, if you don't like it, you don't have to accept it. And I think that's why there was so much pushback to even what Homie was saying. Hi, Robbie. Welcome, love. Talk to me.
Listen, let's just have the honest conversation, right? It's a way to tear down women's self-esteem. If you wear a wig, you don't qualify. If you wear makeup, you don't qualify. If you wear lashes, you don't qualify. And my perspective has always been this: great, because who said that I wanted you? If I don't want you, your opinion on my aesthetic matters to who?
Yeah. And I think that was the biggest issue that I had with this whole conversation about men being in women's business, because it does come off very weird where it's like, if you are trying to tell me I don't qualify for you, why are you in my face in the first place? Why are you trying to tell me what kind of woman to be if you're saying I'm not the woman you want to date? And especially if you're not the type of man I want to date, why are you in my face? Especially if I already told you, no, sir, no, thank you, I'm good. No, sir, I don't really need your opinion right now because my man actually likes it. What's the problem?
Right. And here's another thing. I'm glad that men and women are able to be brutally honest. You're too short for me. I don't find you attractive. You don't make enough money. I'm not going to remain with you and remain faithful to you. For a man to say, hey, you wear this wig and I don't like it because I don't like the way you take care of yourself. I don't like fake lashes. They make your face look funny. Fine, cool. Everybody be honest as shit with each other.
But don't sit there and try to penalize one gender or the other when it's full honesty. Everybody has their preference, and you are more likely than not going to be everybody's preference. But here's the wonderful blessing in that. That means you're not for everybody. Everybody has their person that they're for. Stop settling for people that you don't really want to be with. This goes for men and women. Stop settling. Have some standards, have some self-respect. You may have to, curb or control your intimate desires, which is cool too. But like, stop making sex be at the forefront of your relationship choices, because if you're getting aroused, then guess what? You're turned on by that person to a degree. And I think a lot of people are more so sapiosexual than they realize. It should be somebody's intellect and their emotional stability that is attractive to you anyway, because looks fade.
But you took it right where I wanted to take it, because I do have a question. Are a lot of these men mad about the wigs and weaves because, respectfully, a lot of these men might find them too sexy? And I think a lot of men have an issue and they want to humble women when they feel like a woman is too sexy. I want to start with Ricardo since he's one of the men on the panel, and then I want to hear the ladies.
Come on, Ricardo. Humble us.
No, that's what I'm just thinking. I'm like, I wouldn't say that's it at all. Because generally, when a woman is sexy, the last thing that's on his mind is trying to tear it down. He's trying to, he's trying to do something else.
See, Ricardo, I believe you would say this, but I promise you, there are a lot of men. The moment they see a bad bee, they want to humble her. They want to take her down, take her down a notch, a peg, because they're like, nah, you need to be humble. Who told you to be this bad of a woman? Why are you so sexy? Why is it that I can't control myself when I'm around you and you're distracting me? So I need you to not be as sexy.
Well, and I think it would have to depend on certain situations, because that sounds like something that's very specific. I could see if he might try to approach her and then she gives a certain response and he takes it a certain way. And then, I've seen that. But just for a guy to come out the woodworks and just automatically, I'd have to question if he actually likes women at all. That sounds very zesty,
Yeah, I think that happens when a man does a cat call and he gets rejected.
Right.
So he's humble. So that is out the blue. So he does humble. Oh, you B. So you call her a name. Or like the 19-year-old girl that didn't want to give the guy her number. Then she ends up getting poked. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like certain rejections are met with humbling reactions.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Hold on real quick, because I'm going to let Ricardo then Robbie come in. Willing to Win said, we want y'all to be sexy. And I believe men, when y'all say that, until other men start finding your woman sexy. And then that's when issues start coming off. So Ricardo, I'm sorry I cut you off. And then Robbie.
No, I was going to say to TWSP's point, right, that's what I'm saying. Like, generally there'll be an exchange first, and then he'll say something about her looks and to try to tear her down or humble her. But it just doesn't. Again, like when most guys are out and they see a girl, they don't. There's nothing to gain from tearing her down. Like that doesn't. Now they may do that to another guy because there's sexual competition, but there's nothing to gain for a man doing that to another woman just out. I won't say out the blue, but just off rip. Unless again there was an exchange and he felt disrespected or he's triggered or whatever, As far as what you were just saying about until other men, think find her attractive or sexy, that can be an issue. I think again that's very nuanced because it depends on so many factors. It depends on the actual guy that's in a relationship with her. It depends on what was said. So there's so many details that go into it.
Welcome in. All right, so Robbie, I'm gonna let you, because I want to know your opinion. Do you believe that men have an issue with a woman that's too sexy?
No, I don't think they have an issue with a woman that's too sexy. I think they have an issue with over reliance on wigs, makeup, and lashes to have confidence or be attractive. In my humble opinion, as a wig wearer, avid wig wearer, baby, all the wigs, straight, blonde, curly, I don't care. Lashes, I don't care. I'm
Hello,
doing it all.
period.
Right. But like you also, ladies, have to be able to be comfortable enough around your man to take the wig off, take the lashes off. You ain't fooling him. Truth be told, let me tell y'all some tea. Let me tell y'all some truth. Come in closely, my loves. The wigs are fooling nobody.
Ooh.
I don't care what they tell you about transparent lace. I don't care what they tell you if it's a breathable scalp, honey, 360 coverage, all of this and all of that. Because I done had the best of the best of the best of wigs, honey. And you can still see that line of demarcation. Okay, you can try to melt it down, but unless you put a pile of makeup over top of that line that is melt down, people still won't see in that part. I don't care if you put the silicone under it, honey. I don't care if you put somebody's band-aid bandages. I don't care if you pluck it until Jesus come. You just make the part extra bright, extra wide and unnatural. I don't care all the makeup you put into it. People know when you have on a wig, they just appreciate a good quality piece of wig. Okay. So when you in the middle of giving your man some sloppy top, or he giving you some back shots or whatever, that bow hole glue is not going to hold that wig on. If your man got your wig wrapped around his hand, he give it a good pull, honey, it's coming off, and you're gonna be like, ow, and now you're gonna be messing up the mood. Do yourself a favor, okay? Just don't even glue it down, okay? Just put a little bit of the hairspray on it to hold it with the hairband, melt it a little bit, and when it's time to handle your business, just take it off. Like, that's just it.
Listen, when the growing is happening, I'm not gonna lie, you gonna like these Massili braids under this wig. If it goes, the Massili braids gonna go if they gonna go, okay? You can't be picky if we really getting down to business like that, respectfully.
Now, eyelash gonna be on that pillowcase.
Fast. I'm finna take it off real quick. I'm finna rip them off real quick. Like, and let's not go and get my individuals done. Then, honey, you just gonna have to not like them. Just hit it from the back so you don't have to see. You be all right. But to the men, when your women come to you with their lashes off, though, with their wigs off, though, don't make them feel like they are a stranger in a foreign land. Don't make them feel like they ET phone home. Like, we're not doing that. Build your women up with the natural hair, because the more you love on a woman when she takes off that wig and when she takes off them lashes, that's the more confident that she will be to wear her natural hair.
See, homie, this is why we can't have this conversation with you. You're not even listening to Raw B. She's literally telling you that's where you make women feel insecure, because you're talking about that's gross.
Right. And when your woman has the 4C back to Africa, Alexander Healy roots hair, don't make her feel bad about that.
Healy roots.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. He talking about gross, and he said my girl don't wear that. Again, making a comparison. He talking about me. That's why I said the complaint is a comparison. My girl, we just talked about it. Be happy with your girl. You don't have to comment on this conversation if you have what you have. That's very strange to me. If you already have what you have, why are you saying something else is gross? You got what you have. But this is what I like about what...
Because he wants you. I want you ladies to understand that too. Anytime a man will take time out of his day as the leader of the whole free world to zero in and talk mess to you, it's because he wants you. And he's not satisfied where he is. Otherwise, he would mind the business of the woman that he's piping down.
So I like what Shicey was saying as well. Mine's gonna help me take my hair out. I find it very intimate. I find it very sexy. You know, shout out to Mario when he came out with Braid My Hair. I find it very sensual and just a very beautiful, intimate moment where Black men and Black women, we are so comfortable with each other's hair. So if I have the Sealy braids and you help me take my braids down, if I have my regular braids and you help me take my braids down, if I'm doing the same for you, I'm plaiting your hair, braiding your hair. The fact that we can be in each other's heads, I feel like that is very amazing for us as Black people, which is why I am so pro-Black, because I don't think, and I'm not saying that other races of people wouldn't understand it, but I just think it's on a whole nother level when we actually accept each other as who we are. So like Raw is saying, if you can accept me with my Alex Haley fro and all that like that, I can accept you with yours. I think it's amazing. And I don't think you should shame the woman, especially if you are a man that loves black women. It sounds kind of crazy because there are arguments about how black men only love natural hair when it's the 3C, when it's the 3A, when it's a looser texture. What do y'all think about that?
Agree. Yeah. And there
black
again, a
men
comparison.
want black women with hair that doesn't belong with us, but then y'all get mad with wigs and weaves. You only want the black women that have the slightly less kinkier curl. You want the more straighter hair because you guys love, quote unquote, putting your fingers through it. But then when you do get the 4C black woman, y'all act like y'all know nothing to do with it. I've had so many men even just look at my natural afro and look like they were just so confused about what they're supposed to do. And I'm like, it's just hair.
Mm-hmm.
Showing that you could put your fingers through your hair the same way if it's an afro versus if I had silky, or if it was Becky with the good hair, technically, right? And it just seems very off-putting when black men act like they don't understand this is how your counterpart looks. But then you guys get mad about the wigs and weaves.
Yeah.
And then y'all all telling us about your woman that you got. We ain't seen her.
Yeah.
I want to see your woman, right? Because as women on this panel, we can tell you if your woman that you think is wearing her natural hair is really wearing the 3/4 wig. Really has some K-tips or some extensions. We don't want to talk about that, do we?
She gets her lashes done. It's just like they accept it. It's acceptable for the woman they like. For the woman that they don't like, it's all hell break loose. But I just find it funny. I see everything. You just observe. You just like, okay, like I said, I see your actions, right? And you just listen. That's all you have to do. But like, I don't listen to, like you said, I'm not listening to all men. I'm gonna listen to my man because he's gonna like me for me, and I'm gonna love him for him. That's how it is. My goal is to be respectful, and my goal is to love myself. I found out that I attracted more when I took care and poured into myself. That's when the guy goes, whoa, this girl's amazing. But when you're busy trying to be a people pleaser, people don't respect that. They'll treat you like a doormat. They'll walk all over you. And that's just not how it is. That's not how to be respected as a woman. You have to be in your full stride. And there is a man that will accept you and everything. So if the wig is a problem, next thing your fupa's going to be a problem. Next thing, it's, we don't do that.
Which is why I'm not mad at it, because shout out to T.O. T.O. came in. You're a little late, T.O. T.O. said the title is funny, but if you believe men are leaders, any and everything is our business when we decide it is. I'm just a man, though. What do I know? So, T.O., I don't disagree with you when you are my man. When you are the man that is leading this my household, yes, I can agree with what you're saying is being, what Roxy wears, what Roxy looks like is your business. The whole conversation I'm going based off is how men on the internet, random men, will also, and no shade to you, homie, but the fact that you keep saying that it is gross, let me find that comment, because homie was also saying how gross it is where women will take off their enhancements as if it's no different than taking off your clothes. It's crazy to me. Welcome in, Kasim. I'm happy that you are here. And T is loving the conversation. Thank you so much, my love. Let's see. Claiming you have a girl, but talking to other women about their hair is wild.
Okay. Can I just say something real quick?
Absolutely. I'm sorry I did cut you off.
That's okay. I just wanted to say I have to give a little pushback for the notion that, men in general, or black men don't like, super curly hair and stuff like that. I mean, we had the actress, I think her name is Nyong'o, and a lot of guys were really into her. She's very attractive. You had guys gawking over her and stuff. So I don't think it's necessarily the hair itself. I just think it's how she comports herself. It's really on, her femininity, the way she dresses, the way she carries herself. I think that more so influences that than just the hair alone.
Lupita wears wigs and weaves, right?
Oh, does she? I didn't know that. I've only seen her natural.
It's not,
appears to be natural.
Choosing somebody, That's two different things. You can say, yes, we loved her, whatever, but what are you choosing? What's on your arm? That's what we're looking for. That's the truth teller. You can say this and that. Oh yes, but we have to see what you're choosing. That's the truth right there. That's what a woman has to see. Yeah.
So you're saying
And y'all
you're saying you have to see men in general pick women that have, that texture and stuff like that.
Yeah, they'll say, oh, we like her because she has her natural afro, but yet you're choosing a Latina. That don't mix to me. Or I like her afro, this and that, but yet you're with a white woman. Okay, I like afro, no Lita, no I can't pronounce her name ever. Sorry, forgive me. But you're choosing, like Roxy said, 3C biracial woman like Jason Derulo did. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, we have to see who you're choosing. Yes, you can have a affinity for something, but what are you actually wifing and taking home to your parents and having children with? Yeah.
But somebody said it in the chat. It's because they want their women, though they want women to listen to them. And my thing is this, like, Wife School Podcast, I'm gonna use you as an example, and if I'm going too far, just let me know, okay? This lady has cut off all her. Is it better now?
Much better.
Okay. This woman cut off all her hair. She was out here in her full natural glory. And y'all were still giving her the same pushback. So regardless of if she's in her natural hair or she puts on a wig, you're still giving pushback. It's that y'all just want to keep women in a lower self-esteem state. You want women not to be speaking, not to be pushing back. And then y'all say something that the degenerate ones will cling on to. Well, weaves are gross. Well, taking off your hair and your lashes is gross. Guess what? Y'all are gross too. Sweating like a whole gallon of sweat off your body every day is kind of gross. Smelling like BO because you don't wear deodorant that works for your body type is kind of gross too. Having all manner of stuff in your beards and stuff like that, that's gross too. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's gross. What are we talking about?
So I kind of want to get to. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How does that really matter in a conversation about relationships with anyone except for your intended partner?
So, when it comes down to the whole idea about, the whole grossness thing, I think that's really immature because, again, it's no different than when you take off clothes. It's no different than if I come back from the gym and I'm sweating. It's just part of, lashes. There's nothing gross about eyelashes. They're just regular lashes, right? I can show y'all the lash extensions that I buy. It's no different when it's just glue. But Kasim is asking, I've heard that women wear weaves because they associate femininity with a certain look and with the certain women. Your thoughts? So I do think that beauty standards, Kasim, have made such a big deal out of how women are supposed to look. It kind of gets to the point where if you don't fit the overall societal beauty standard, a lot of women feel like they're behind. A lot of women feel like they don't qualify, even if men are not saying that they do or don't, because overall people are saying, oh, in the magazines, on TV shows, this is what femininity is supposed to look like. And it does get kind of frustrating when you don't see yourself in that collection of women that they show. What do you think, ladies? And then, of course, Ricardo.
Right, so I'll let you go first.
Kind of had a rebut. I'm not sure, or he's going to go after we address the comment?
No, I was just going to go back to, I was just going to say that there's so many things that go along with relationships and dating. The hair part is just one aspect of it, because if she's in her natural and having her natural afro or natural hair, but she's not doing well in other aspects, or she's not, it's still not going to work. I wouldn't say a man should pick her based solely off of her being in her natural. So that's all I was going to say. It's more that comes with it, So if and then also too, men might pick various different races of women, but that doesn't mean they dislike certain things, vice versa. You know, I just think people have some people have a large preference scale. You know, one guy might like this race, the other guy might like this race. So.
Thank you. Like when people, like I said, women or Black women, like I said, historically have always been under a microscope with their hair, their looks. I mean, for God's sake, put behind and put on display like Sarah Barton, okay, because she had a big behind, okay. Professionally, when we go out, we're viewed amongst our peers and compared to other races that's often said or what's often portrayed online. Femininity, when they list it, they always list everything else. You know, they always list other cultures, other people, and other races. Black women, they probably put us last in the list. But I think it's just undercultivated because of our broken family, of our fathers not being there to love on the girls and affirm them, the woman being able to relax and be in her femininity because she always has to work all the time. Just the brokenness alone. Not saying that our femininity isn't there, it's just underdeveloped. And so men keep perpetrating that, and then they'll say, oh, well, I'm going over here because somebody know how to cook. Okay, well, if you would just stay with the baby mama that you had or with the woman that you had and make it better, our girls, our sons can experience the same thing too. And femininity is, you know, it's not a look, it's a behavior, it's a character trait. And
no, I think there is.
That's what I think. That's why we get it misconstrued. Like you said, the baddie. They want the baddie, but the baddie, no shock to the baddie because they're pretty too, you know. And some of them are feminine, but some of them, like you're instantly equating that her looks automatically is going to give you the substance and the longevity that you're looking for in a relationship. And that I think that we do that so bad with social media and everything like that we don't really know, we can't really identify certain attributes and traits. And so sometimes the Black women feel, you know, insecure because nobody is like validating. Only a few are validating that, yeah, good women are Black. I'm not going anywhere but Black. Not a lot of people are saying that. Not a lot of men.
So they were even saying the beauty standards. They were trying to say Grace Jones, Naomi Campbell, Kelly Rowland. You guys are naming so few of Black women, and even if people wanted to kind of pick apart all these women, I don't remember, you know, I know Grace Jones was a model and all that good stuff, but I don't remember men specifically saying how feminine Grace Jones was. Even with Kelly Rowland, they would pick apart and saying, oh, Kelly didn't necessarily have the quote unquote Afrocentric features. She had the skin tone, but her features were actually still giving other featureism, texturism, all those type of isms that kind of come around with this whole conversation, where even the Black women that we would try to put onto the pedestal of the beauty standards, they even get picked down to the part of how their Blackness isn't the reason why they're a beauty standard, if that makes sense. And I do find that problematic because, again, what I was saying earlier about if Black men didn't have an issue with just rubbing in a Black woman's sportsy hair, if Black men didn't have an issue with, you know, the cocoa butter, putting cocoa butter kisses on a Black woman and all that, I think we could be a little more confident in our femininity as who we look like, because so many years of trauma have been passed down to tell us that we're wrong for even wanting to embrace ourselves. And that's neither here nor there. If you want to say it's a cop-out or an excuse, it's just a matter of Black men saying these things. Are you really loving the women that you claim you love natural? And that's just my biggest question.
So this is my answer to the question. I agree with the White School podcast. A hairstyle is not femininity. And as a married woman, as a plus size married woman that wears wigs and lashes, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of these people, they're pushing their own perspectives and their own agendas onto you. They're trying to make you internalize their preference. And if it was your preference for yourself, that's what you would do. You are not called to be abused by anyone. And you're not called for people to be weaponizing their preferences against you. Y'all better start putting distance between yourself and some of these people, because some of these people are simply sick in the head and they're doing things to get a rise out of you, especially trolls in the chat, right? And don't get it twisted. Trolls in the chat come up on panels and they troll on the panels too. And they're saying something to get an emotional response out of you, but you know who you are. And honestly, the best advice I tell all the women in my life, if somebody is saying trigger things to you, block and delete. Block and delete. Because they're beneath you. And they actually don't mean you any good. This is the long and short of it. So it's not about femininity. It's about a woman embracing every aspect of herself and playing and doing whatever she wants to do, because we've been taught to explore our imaginations from young, given tea party sets and dolls and cleaning sets and cosplay, you know what I'm saying, wigs with our Halloween costumes or whatever else. We've been taught that that's okay. So if you want to take away the belief that that's okay, you have to take it away in all aspects, even from the children. Got you, girl. Go ahead. The White School Podcast.
Well, I just, this is tough, and that's why I think, like you see the discrepancy, like that question. What do you bring to the table? You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't think a lot of Black women know their true characteristics, because nobody talks about them. They just always try to highlight the negative, and so that's why they always say, like, well, let me just distance myself, because it's just easier just to step away than to be with people or a chat or content that's always highlighting the bad part. So that's why I think things are getting disheartening, because nobody says, like, well, yes, I'm supportive, nurturing, all these beautiful things, and it just gets mixed up and jumbled up. That's we hear. We don't never focus on the femininity that is there, and we never like Roxy was saying earlier. Nobody is giving solutions. Nobody is giving encouragement. They're teaching the algorithm. They're even teaching the algorithm, for sake, to talk about Black women, to talk about the hair, or to get the clips online. Say, oh, this is going to be good content, when probably somebody was saying to that girl, oh, she acting crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't listen to it, because if you do give in, if you do listen, then you'll have that bitterness, and you don't want that as a Black woman. They already say, what is that? The Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Don't be bad. Don't be bad. Don't be upset. You know what I'm saying? We have to come out of that, and consuming this type of media is polluting that. Is polluting the men. I work so hard with my sons to, be gentle with them, to listen to them, and to let them have a safe space to talk. And how was your day, son? Or how was your day, mom? My sons are so awesome. They say, good morning, mom. How are you doing? Have a blessed night when I go to work. Stuff like that, So just even learning how to talk and to respect and just to have good communication that spills out into the world. The teachers notice, oh, what are you doing with him? I said, just treat him normal, like a human being, and being considerate. So, like, these are the things that we should be focusing on building, not tearing down, and, like you said, having that microscope and trying to, like you said, remix somebody else's content. Like I respect Kevin, and I did talk to him, and he was very nice to me. He was direct, but he was very nice. Not what everybody usually get, because I wasn't nasty to him. He only got that way when people were nasty and disrespectful, but he was not nasty or disrespectful. to me. And what people try to do is they try to step in his shoes. He is an image consultant. You're not an image consultant. So he's gonna tell the woman what she needs to change, how she needs to be, if this is what the goal she's seeking. That's natural of any consultant. Us regular people, we take it as, oh, that's a talking point. No, he was coming from the perspective, as he always said, as an image consultant. And if you wanted to go deeper, book a call. All right. So I think we forget those little nuances, that we all can be better, and that love yourself, no matter what. And that's just how I think. That's just my opinion, but I don't think we do enough of that as a community.
And I would say that I definitely agree with that. I think this space, though, in and of itself is very much toxic. I don't think this is a good space for women to be.
Mm-hmm.
I've observed over several years that this space kind of thrives on the degradation of the community as a whole, and making things normal that aren't actually normal at all. And then trying to say that women are emotional and this, that, and the third. Well, duh, that's where we get into the psychology of things in nature versus nurture. It is a woman's absolute biology to be emotional. So if you know a woman's biology is to be emotional and you try to attack her in a way that will make her respond in an emotional manner, that means that you're an abuser or a predator. You're being predatory in nature to try to evoke a response to justify ideologies. This is toxic and I don't respect it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or we'll tell, like I even do it for my channel, or we'll tell AI, oh, analyze my channel and tell me what's going to make me go viral. Tell me what's going to give me, and people do that. They're using it and they say, well, you did good when you said, baby mama 6. So they're like, yeah, I'm gonna do some more content on that. So it's like, like I said, I question, do people really want to make the community better? And like you said, is no.
They want to grip. They want to get money. Complain. Exactly. They want to get money. They want to complain. They don't want the solutions. I appreciate y'all. Sorry about that. Had to go take care of little man as well. Thank you.
No problem. Family first.
So we got homie up here. So homie.
What's up, ladies? I got the spirit of Ilkhan Ali today. I want all the smoke. So
be yourself. Don't be nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always myself.
All right.
I'm just here to contend some of the nonsense you was spilling a little earlier.
Go ahead.
So there was a bunch of stuff you said. I don't even know which one to pick from. But let's start with the weave thing. So if you're gonna have a conversation and we're gonna ask black men their opinions, you can't then move the goalpost and say, well, if you're in a relationship and you're talking to your significant other, then why should you tell other black? We're talking about black men in general, as I understand the conversation was happening. If black men in general have an opinion about black women, why is that a problem? When black women have always had an opinion about black men. Y'all said we wasn't shit, we was deadbeat dads. We improved, we got better.
Hold on. All right, so we have a swear jar. So that's your one, homie, but we do have a swear jar. Cuss words. We try to keep it just, we're trying to get monetized, as well as we are just trying to, class up a little bit of this YouTube space. So yeah.
It's gonna be hard for me. I'm gonna try my bad. But every complaint I see within the last 30 years that black women had about black men, we stepped up to the plate and we improved it. Did we not? Was there not a point in time when women was complaining that black men were deadbeat dads, and are we not the most involved fathers in the country right now?
No.
I didn't say that. Who did you make that
Because when you look at that
for?
actual statistic, that statistic is speaking to residential fathers. So out of the people that were surveyed for that particular study, the Black residential fathers were the most involved. But Black fathers are not the most residential fathers, because single family households, single mother households are 70% of the community.
And whose fault is that?
Whose
fault is
no,
that?
sweetheart. We're not gonna move the goalposts. You said
Okay,
our Black fathers not the most involved, and what I said was
no. I asked, did we not improve?
The study
I first asked, did we not improve? Did we not step up to the plate, and did we not produce results?
The study that you are referencing.
First question, though, baby. Did
Well,
we
guess
not
what?
improve?
The answer is still no.
That's a lie, then.
Okay, hold on.
That's a lie that you can't substantiate.
You gotta have the back and forth. Hold on.
Actually, I can substantiate it with proof, but as I'm speaking, you keep interrupting because you're afraid that my proof is going to shatter.
No,
your
I'm not
argument.
afraid. I'm just here to shut down the
Black
bullshit.
men. First of all, you notice how we can sit here and have a conversation, or I can, without being or using ad hominem attacks for your point,
Nobody
right?
used the ad hominem attack on you. Just make your point.
Hold on.
Make your point.
Hold on. Let's have the back and
Who are you
forth.
talking to, sir?
You saying that I'm doing ad hominem attacks? That hasn't happened since I came on.
Rosie,
I didn't make any ad hominem attacks.
Oh boy. Okay, hold on.
People have to make their points, Mr. Homie, and then you can talk. That's how we have.
So when you're coming to someone and you're saying that what they're saying is nonsense, and you're saying that what they're saying, you know what, Roxy?
So where's this improvement you're talking about? First, let's
let me
improve
go
the conversation.
before my husband has to click this link and
You
talk
have
to
to-
this man.
So it's always welcome as well.
I know, but if Cell comes click this link, you know what he's gonna do.
Oh boy. Okay.
Oh,
So
God.
I'm gonna let
Make
this.
your point.
I'm gonna let
God
this
damn.
idiot. I'm gonna let this idiot.
The ad hominems, right? Ad hominem.
Now, because you said
But I
bullshit
came with the
wasn't-
ad hominem.
You said, first of all, you called what the woman said nonsense. That's a fucking ad
I didn't
hominem.
call her
You
an
said what
insult.
she was saying was bullshit. That's an ad
It
hominem attack.
was. That's not an
What
ad
you talking-
hominem
What are you
attack.
talking about?
We're talking about the talking
You
points.
talking
We're
about?
talking about the
Okay,
conversation.
you're a moron.
Control your emotions,
You're a
lady.
moron. You're a
Are you
moron.
the
You
same
should
lady?
control
You
your
the same one that got
emotions.
roasted by Chris?
You should control your emotions, sir. We're sitting here
Okay.
having a conversation and you can't even control yourself and comport yourself as a man. But you're saying that black men have done better. Where?
Yeah.
Didn't you get kicked
All
off
over,
Crispy Panel?
y'all are all over social media.
Didn't you get kicked off Crispy Panel?
Complaining.
We're
Again,
not talking about monologue. You being emotional now. We supposed to have a conversation.
Hold on. I need y'all to understand that this is not what we do here at this. Hold on real quick, Raw, because I know he's being disrespectful. Y'all, we do not do this gender war thing. We do not do this back and forth thing over here. Homie, this is your first time being over here. Again, because someone just said you were saying an ad hominem does not mean you need to throw out any names of other content creators. We don't need to throw. You did. You don't need to throw out any beefs or anything like that. We do have a swear jar, Raw. So
I
this
didn't
is
call her any names. I didn't even disrespect her.
okay, but when
We're
you're
talking
saying
about the
you
topic,
get
it's personalized.
when you're saying did you get booted off of somebody's panel and stuff like that? Why are you bringing
Because
that
she
over?
called me an idiot. I didn't insult the lady.
Okay.
She did.
You are being insulting. The fact that
No, you're
fact that
emotional.
you don't-
You're acting like a child.
No,
Talk about you gonna call your
the fact
husband.
that you don't
Now I'm going to be
understand-
disrespectful.
You
You
know
know
what?
what?
All
The
right,
fact that-
so
see?
the husband is here. Hello, Sal.
Be here. What are you
Hello,
gonna do? You gonna punch me through the screen?
So what the fuck is going on?
Sal,
Your
we have a
wife's
swear
emotional,
jar.
she
We have
can
a
have
swear.
conversation.
Sal,
That's
we
what's
have a
going
swear
on.
jar.
She said I was disrespecting her when I said nothing to her, and then she called me an idiot.
Okay,
we're
okay,
having
okay.
a
We're
conversation.
talking about the
He's
conversation.
being very
Whoa,
disrespectful
whoa.
conversation. And I
I don't
told
know.
him, don't come with ad hominem attacks. He came up here talking about that what people are saying is nonsense and bullshit, which isn't ad hominem because it's insulting someone's intelligence.
Liar.
And he continues on.
Nobody gave you an ad hominem attack.
You're a liar.
wait,
You're a
hold
liar.
on. So-
She doing it
so
again. I
So
still
hold
didn't
on.
insult you,
So
and you
hold on.
insulted
So
me
hold on.
again.
Hold on. Wait.
I still didn't insult her, and she did it again.
Honey, handle him.
Hold on. I'm trying to get an understanding of what the hell happened because while you was talking, he started talking. So what happened?
So we do also have a swear jar. So you know.
Oh, okay. My bad. So what happened?
So he came up here. Roxy is having a lovely discussion about men being in women's business, right? We're up here having a conversation, a fruitful conversation. He's in the chat telling people that people are gross because they take off their lashes and their wigs. And we've been sitting here having a healthy conversation. So he comes up here, and the first thing that he says, and he was addressing it directly towards the White School podcast, is I'm here to address that nonsense you was talking about, that bullshit. And I'm like, hey, don't throw it.
You talk about the conversation. Can I not say what I want about?
Hold on, I'm asking her. I got you, but I'm asking her.
But I'm still going to say this right here because she's speaking for this lady.
But I'm asking her.
I disrespected this lady right here.
If I need clarification, hold on. If I need clarification, I can ask her. But I'm asking her.
It don't matter if you need clarification.
I got you.
I'm going to defend myself. Nobody's going to lie on me.
Yeah, but here's
like I'm attacking somebody, and a lady that she's saying I'm
a brother.
She's not offended at what I
said. You saying defend yourself if you feel attacked.
Why is your wife?
Brother, you saying defend yourself as if you're being attacked. If you feel attacked, leave off the panel. You must not know how this go.
Is this your panel?
Right.
If Rogue want me to go out,
hold on. I'm muting people right now. Y'all, come on. It's not what we need to do over here. Homie, you have to let people talk. She is talking to her husband, and her husband is trying to figure out what's going on. Yes, she has every right if she wants to call on her husband because that is her husband. I'm going to unmute. All y'all are unmuted. Can we have a civil conversation?
Right. So then I say to him, you know, you don't have to throw ad hominem, just substantiate your argument. So then he throws in the point about Black fathers are most involved, which, you know, I've done extensive studies on that. So since that study was referencing residential fathers and the single mother household rate in the Black community is 70%, then no, Black men have not improved because the single mother household rate is still as high and higher than it was back in the 80s and the 90s. So
statistically, mathematically, that would be correct.
Right. So then he starts going back and forth, and I'm like, why are you interjecting while people are talking? Because he wants to prove that I'm wrong, even though he doesn't know that I have the data and I can pull it up because I've already done content on this. So then he throws in the conversation about Crispy and everything else too. So clearly,
because you called me an idiot.
Because
you called me an idiot.
Jesus Christ, brother.
You skipping that part, so you're not gonna tell your husband you called me an idiot for no reason. I didn't disrespect you.
First of all, I did
call
you an idiot.
Baby, don't respond to him. You talking to me. So continue.
Right, baby. So anyway, you know, then he got to getting yelling and loud and doing the most, and I called his ugly ass an idiot.
Was that when that
bad bitch?
Hold on.
Say, man, hold on,
wait, time out. You said it's a swear jar. Now I'm doing everything. Now everybody know me.
Oh, you're not doing everything. Can you
hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. Hold on, wait, time out. Hold on, bro. Time out. Everybody know me. I'm the legendary cuss out king, but I'm being respectful.
Man, you being a legendary simp.
Hey, put the minute.
Hold on, time out, big dog. Hold on, big dog. Trust me. Listen. You ain't talking tough through the damn internet. No one cares about that.
All right, hold on.
Really
no,
don't.
He in the back. Hold on. He in the back, man. If he gonna come back, he gotta pay. How much he gotta pay to come back, Ro?
I don't know how many times he's already been told that it's a swear jar.
Hold on. How much?
All right, so homie, you have been cursing and you kind of start some stuff, so it's gonna be 20 to come back up, homie.
All right, well that's it. Go ahead, Sel. Y'all got it.
So he's talking out. He talking out the side of the neck because he don't agree with the mathematics.
Yeah, and because he really wants to be attacking the Wife School podcast.
Okay, so
a lot of people.
So homie says he's gone. So homie, you don't want to pay the 20 because again, it's just a matter of respecting. He's out. So all right, y'all go ahead.
Okay, so he broke. All right, cool. So.
And this is the thing, like a lot of people don't know. I know the Wife School podcast for a long time.
I've known her too. She's a very respectable woman. What's the problem?
She is respectable. And I don't think that it's okay for these men to click links and attack women that they know are very much gentle in nature and don't push back. I don't think it's okay to come up here and tell her that her talking points are nonsense and BS. I think that's very disingenuous. I think it's very disrespectful and not on my watch. I'm going to call it out. I'm going to tell someone, don't use an ad hominem. Just simply substantiate your argument. There was no need to disrespect this woman with what she said. I don't think it's okay.
You know what the biggest problem with all of this is? I'm looking at the title of the show. It says men and women's businesses, right? It says makeup, wigs, and accountability. So this thing, I wasn't going to be respectful and call him a brother, but this thing decided to join the conversation because he needed to get his rocks off about bashing women.
Yes, even though he has a woman that has dreads, and he's telling
Where his woman at?
I don't know, and he's
okay. And we supposed to believe that?
Yes. And he's telling, you know, because Rogue C in the White School podcast, we're up here first having this conversation, that it's gross and it's nasty and it's this and it's that and the third, further proving my point that I made when I first came up here. It's about a self-esteem thing. It's about wanting to tear down a woman's self-esteem and make her not have a voice, to make her feel less than, so that they can feel better about themselves. You have a woman, you don't have the right to try to extend agency over strange women, and especially strange women on the internet. And Ricardo has been up here with us. He's been very respectful, even though he has not agreed. Like, when we can have conversations in these spaces, you're welcome, without people having to disparage someone's point and just come with facts, then we can start the advancement of the community. But other than that, it's bull crap.
All right, cool. So really quick, and thank you for letting me know, because apparently this Negro wasn't gonna shut up. Wife School, what's up? What's going on, sister? How you doing?
I'm doing very well. How you doing, Sister Life?
Okay, you good? Rogue, what's going on, sister? You good? Rogue must be Ricardo, Rue, my brother, the bodybuilder down there. Y'all good? Y'all straight?
What up? How you doing, sir? What up?
Life is good in the Midwest.
All right, cool. So it don't seem like the little Negro is going to come back, and if he does come back, just let me know. I'll just drop him off the panel. He broke anyway, so I ain't worried about it. If all y'all good, all right. If all y'all good, then I can. I was in the middle of doing a show. My bad.
I appreciate you.
All right, cool. Y'all take it easy.
Love you, baby. Bye-bye.
Like you
Now
too.
we'll say that before Sel leave. If the guy, I mean, he can pay the 20, or he can just straight up apologize to everybody on the panel for disrespecting, but he got to pay something. If he can't pay the 20, he got to pay 10 or something. I don't know.
Well, technically, Kasim dropped him for 10 minutes. So shout out to you, brother Kasim. Sorry, I just saw this. So, shout out to Kasim. He did drop him for 10 minutes. Oh, he did apologize. Homie is in the chat. I do appreciate you, homie, for apologizing. Y'all, this is not a Fight Club-esque. We do have bounties just because of disrespect that happens like this, but this is not a Fight Club-esque space, and we do want to be respectful to both men and women. We're not on any type of gender warring. As Robbie and Sel pointed out, Ricardo has been up here, Rue came up here, Miles came up here. We do have people that actually want to have the conversation and want to be respectful with the conversation. So please just remember, that's why we have the swear jar. We're really just trying to bring something a little better to this space that has so much going on in it already. I don't need y'all coming up and saying, well, aren't you the person that got dropped for so-and-so? Aren't you the person that talked to? You don't need to do that over here. If you can't have the conversation, you don't need to be here. I would love you all to be here for Lover Gang, but we do not tolerate disrespect for any means, by any means necessary. All right, so we got some men on the panel. And I guess we could take it back to how do men feel about being in women's business. Rue, are you able to be here for a second?
Yeah, you go ahead.
All right, so I want to start with you, because I even brought up the talking point about the fact that I want to hear from the men. Do men have an issue with the whole wigs, weaves, and everything because it ends up making a woman too sexy?
It make her too unapproachable. I was going to say it yesterday, but you stopped me because you wanted to speak. Have it for the day. The men, it's an intimidation thing though, right? When women get dolled up, because when it comes down to the fashion industry, the beauty industry, it can make a woman go from being regular to a rich man's wife real quick, right? So a lot of guys get intimidated by that. So why so many men would say, you know what, I'd rather for you to be raw. That's not them saying they want you to be raw because they really appreciate your raw natural beauty, which that could be that. It is also because they feel like you don't pose too much of a threat to them, so therefore they can't walk up on you, compared to when you really is dolled up and they don't have a chance of getting at you because they might not be at their best. So it's kind of like they want you to meet them. Remember when I told you a while back, it got to the point where black men are expected for black women to lower their value in order for black men to buy it. A simple supply and demand tactic, right? And I don't think you have to do that. I never heard black women, talk about the things that black men do to make themselves look good and feel good. And I've always wanted to ask that. So you ladies on the panel, if y'all don't mind answering that, why is it you ladies don't care about what a man does to make himself look good and feel good? But why do men?
How you gonna redirect my question?
My bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
Hold on. I want to hear from the men real quick, just because you guys have been gentlemen. I think you just gonna redirect my question, but you most definitely can after Miles. Thank you, Miles, for your patience. Miles came up. Ricardo has also been waiting, and then T is also asking. So it's basically insecurity to what you were saying, Rue.
Before he go, it's insecurity. It's like this, right? All right. So let's just say if a woman, she got a bonnet on, got rollers on, got sweatpants and slides on, she's easy to go at. Like a man don't even have to be at his best. I think when women get dressed up and they look nice, you're requiring for men to have to look like something in order to say something to you. A lot of black men just don't feel the need to invest into the grooming side of the game. I'm not speaking for all black men, but that's not really a big thing for a lot of men. Men typically put on just anything and just go out and about, right? The whole dressing up has always been a woman thing. And the very few men who do a good job in dressing up, they do a good job, right? So I take my hat off to them gentlemen. But the majority of men are not going to actually go and put on the best of the best to walk up on the best of the best. So yes, it's insecurity. It's insecurity in a nutshell. You got it. Y'all got it.
And I just want to say shout out to Robbie and shout out to the White School Podcast. I appreciate y'all's because a lot of times they love to say that women don't know how to show solidarity as women in this space. So I do just really appreciate the fact that we are able to just be respectful women, but we also have each other's backs. Miles, go ahead, and then Ricardo. And then I guess if Rue comes back, or we can just answer what Rue's question was. Miles, you still with us?
I think
All right,
he was
well,
having
wait.
audio issues before.
Well, I know if I can talk to that point, I don't think you
Hold on,
have to
real
dress
quick.
up to. Okay.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to get Ricardo's opinion in real quick,
Okay.
and then we'll go straight to you if Miles isn't. Miles, if you...
I hear everybody except for Rove.
Oh, okay. You might want to drop and come back up. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
I can hear you fine. If you're on the iPhone, you might want to download the StreamYards app. It makes it easier if you're on your phone.
All right, I'll be right back. Give me.
Okay. So Ricardo, go ahead and answer for me, and then when Miles comes back up, we can go ahead and we can then White School Podcast, because I wanted you to just, if you could put a pin right where you were about to go.
So, I don't understand what the question was. Was that from Rue? Or am I getting his name right? I don't understand. Is that the one you're talking about?
So we were asking I was asking about if men feel, pretty much a question I asked earlier, if men feel like women are too sexy with the wigs, weave, and makeup, and that's why there's so much hatred towards it. We just have more men. So I kind of wanted you to elaborate your point a little bit, and then let the other men, and then the women can respond to what Rue was asking.
Okay. Yeah. No. I don't. Again, I don't think it's about being too sexy here. I just think it has more to do with the mentality that comes with the boosted confidence at times. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. I think a lot of guys are in response to that, and a lot of women may not be aware that they're being a certain way, and it can cause a lot of miscommunication. Next thing you know, there's drama. So I think a lot of it depends on that. And I'm sure there may be some guy, maybe like 3 guys out there, whatever, that may be the case. But again, like, I don't think that's the average mindset,
All right. So while we wait for Miles to come back up, White School Podcast, and then Robbie, if you want to go ahead and answer what Rue was asking.
If you know that woman is attractive and like, wow, this lady might be unapproachable, women, I believe, generally respond well to a man being a gentleman. And I don't know if you guys know how to be gentlemen or not, You probably just trying to, if you feel that you can't approach the woman and you want to, I think being a gentleman is probably the proper response. Like, I know I've heard from conversations that while that woman looks sexy, y'all usually thinking of how to which kind of pretzel you're gonna put her in in that way, because she looks good and that's attraction. But okay, that's fine, that's natural, that's masculinity, but you don't have to be like a horn dog in a approach, or you feel like you got to dress up. You can just be a gentleman. And I don't think hopefully she won't be like kind of like, oh, get away from me, bum, but like, oh, you look good today, or have a blessed day, or something that's not sexual in nature. Because women, I mean, even though they may look sexy, Robbie was pointing to the point of sapiosexualness, like to get to the woman, can you show me something other than just the gray sweatpants, or something sexual in nature? Because of course she's probably heard that a million times. But what are you going to do different? How are you going to move? Not like no sucker, not no simp. Okay, I'm not talking about that, but as a gentleman. I don't think we have enough gentlemen approaches and stuff. I never heard anything like that, but like you're getting like the game. Like, I just see so much stuff out there. Like, if we get a nice gentleman response, that's acceptable. Even sometimes the bums on the streets are like a gentleman in nature. Like, oh, you look good today, or you're pretty, or that outfit looks nice. It doesn't have to be he looks sexy, or like, oh, your outfit looks nice, or something like that. That's just...
That was a good answer. When it comes to my thoughts about the sexiness aspect of it, yes. Women do get their hair done and their lashes done, and then they get that Sasha Fierce personality archetype. That is a problem. It can be a problem, okay? Like, you have to remain humble. You know what I'm saying? Even when your hair is dirt up and you look good, you should have that extra little pep in your step, but you shouldn't become a whole terrorist because you have an extra pep in your step. Like, that's what it really boils down to. And again, it's really just about establishing firm boundaries. Like, just, I don't know, like, in your relationship, you should already know certain things that's going to make your man feel a type of way. So unless you're trying to make him feel a type of way, I don't know, maybe don't do that. Because those things you're going to do with your hair on, with your hair off, with your lashes on, with your lashes off, dressed up like a whole Barbie doll, or in a potato sack, it doesn't really matter. So when we stop getting past, like when we get past the superficial conversations and get down to the meat and potatoes of it, I think that's when we can have more, lover girl friendly conversations. Shout out to Rogue C. You understand what I'm saying? But in order to really be a lover girl or be a lover as a man, it has to be more than the physical. Like, y'all are not even thinking past the right now with the talking points, right? Because when men say that women over 25 has hit a wall, the goal of marriage is longevity. You know what I mean? So if a woman hit the wall after 25, what happens when she reaches her 70s and her 80s? Are you going to trade her in for a new model?
Literally, someone just came in my chat talking about women over the age of 30 have too many miles on it. So again, men don't really know what they want. They don't even know what they really should be doing, because again, we had this conversation literally yesterday. What day did I have my body count conversation? If somebody in the chat can let me know. Whenever we actually had this whole body count conversation, it always reverts back to that, where men love to try to make a woman's value less than. And again, I have to keep asking, because what Raw is saying, y'all keep focusing too much on the physical, but I have to keep asking, and ladies, feel free to let me know how you feel about this. I personally think men look at each other as dirty. So the moment a woman is touched by a man, and a men will love to argue me down about this point, but they're not showing me any different. The moment she's touched by a man, she is now dirty. So do men just have a self-hatred of themselves and what they represent? In the moment that a woman interacts with a man or follows a man or has any type of opinion on men, now we are less valuable.
I think men have a hatred of the truth. Because the reality is, if you don't have any children, right? You can say you had one partner, even though you've had 300. How would they know? How would anybody know? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, and then they automatically equate age to body count. Meanwhile, my sisters are 35. They're virgins to this day.
Shout out to them.
So have they? Yes. So have they hit a wall because they're holding themselves for marriage? And they don't have kids and they don't have baby daddies? I would think that would put them at a higher value than a lot of the women that these men complain about. So it's a pack mentality. And whoever is the pack leader spewing the toxic nonsense and rhetoric is whoever they follow. A lot of these men as followers, they don't deserve quality women because they don't have the characteristics and the traits to actually lead them and to lead a family.
Can I get some mods over at the vertical? Because I think these people are coming in from the vertical. Will and Win, I don't know if you can hop on vertical for me real quick and take care of some situations, or any of my mods that might be available to just do so, because I'm not liking the conversation. Because again, we don't do this whole gender war. We don't do how you feel about how black women are this and that, because that's ridiculous. At the end of the day, if you're coming to a black woman's channel where you could see unapologetically, I am a black woman every day I come on live, I cam up every day I come on live, and if you are not even really part of Lover Gang and you just want to spit rhetoric that is just so harmful, I can't let you rock out here, respectfully. Now, Miles, can you give me a mic check?
Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. You are back. All right, Miles, where did you want to get in on this? Because I know we kind of bounced around a bit.
Well, can you say your question one more time for me, please? I would very much appreciate it.
Absolutely. So I was asking about if men feel the issue with the wigs and weaves because they feel not only is a woman not approachable, but if she is too sexy. If you don't like other men looking at your woman, if you just get a little, tongue-tied when you find a woman that you find so sexually attractive to you, where these type of enhancements that women do turn you on so much you can't really function normally.
And for me, I'm different because I was raised by my mother who's had locks since I was a baby. I remember playing with her locks when I was a child. So I've always appreciated the Afro puff, which my sister had a good amount of the time, the fro, the locks, the faux locks, all that type of stuff. So when I do see the other hairstyles that black women do, I'm not attracted to it. I see it similarly as to where if you guys sexualize yourself, like if you're wearing something provocative at the gym, I see it in that same way to where I'm like, this is not someone I can interact with. I can take to my mother, be presentable. This is someone I can't engage.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. And I think that's fair. Don't get me wrong in any capacity, gentlemen. I do believe that men are allowed to have their preferences at the end of the day, right? And I think with that said preference, it is okay for you all to be, okay, a Rogue C is not the woman for me. They are most definitely able to say, ladies, just because you guys are here with me, the White School podcast, Raw B, y'all are not the women for me. But I do have an issue with men who feel like they now need to come to a Rogue C, come to a White School podcast, come to a Raw B, and try to force their beliefs and what they want us to be instead of just finding the women that they want.
Honey, they better know you don't come try to force nothing on me, because the way my mouth is set up. And then, my husband really likes Rogue C because he would have came up here cussing and acting a whole donkey if it was necessary. But no, for real though, and I didn't mean to cut you, but baby, that's why I don't come up on your panel, because the people in this space, they have a lot of psychological issues, to be quite frank. And, I hated to have to get that clarity in the situation and put order, but I really feel like people target women like you and the Wife School podcast because your energy is so reserved that they can get off all of these slick ad hominem attacks and all the little nonsense, and it's not okay. Now, both y'all know I'm not sisterhood of the traveling coochie. However, my good sisters, though. My good sisters, I will stand in the midst as a intercedent because I'm not going to tolerate it. Like, I don't like it. I don't respect it. And I don't like when people try to insult people's intelligence. Like, we all know what that was. And to sit there and be like, what? I didn't even do anything. I didn't even know. What do you mean? Yeah, no, not on my watch. But I'm gonna try to come over here more often. I had to pray about it. Because I've been keeping my peace real peaceful. Because these Negroes, and you be having some really great topics.
Yeah.
You do.
I try, and I do put a lot into my shows. I plan my shows. I'm hoping y'all can stick around. I know I put the final word banner up. I'm hoping y'all can stick around for the poem before you give your final word. Because I do try to, like I said, I do try to bring just something a little different, which is why I do my poetry when I do my shows and all that. And it is kind of insulting when people can't read the room and catch a hint that this is something a little different, that the vibes here aren't going to be a fight club, aren't going to be just a hoorah of blaming men, blaming women. I come from a very balanced point of view because I love men and I love women. I think the issue is that we communicate so poorly with each other that we can't get past the issues that we have with each other. And a lot of people are just hurt. So I appreciate you, Raw, when you do come up. I know that, this space is just what it is, but I am trying to break through and get something a little different. So if you can stick around for the poem real quick before you give your final thoughts.
All right, I will. But you know what? You need to book a class with me. We need to get you in a different algo.
Listen, I'm not afraid to do that. I've been meaning to hit you up about that. I've been looking at your classes and everything. So trust me, that is on my radar to do soon.
Okay,
but let me, I'm going to do the big screen real quick. All right, so this poem today, y'all, thank you so much for sticking around, is called Beyond the Mirror. We polish crowns and press our curls, trying to stand out in crowded worlds. Some choose glam, some choose grace, yet both still search for their rightful place. He wants the truth beneath the lace. She wants respect upon her face. Both carry standards, both carry pride. Both hide a little deep inside. The mirror reflects what eyes can see, but never the heart or integrity. For beauty may open every door, yet character keeps you asking for more. So wear the wig or wear your curls. Rock your fades, your pearls, your worlds. Just don't confuse what's bought or worn with the soul that every love is born. Because when the lights grow dim tonight and every filter leaves your sight, the question won't be what met the eye, but who stood beside you and why. So that was my little poem. Real quick, just so everybody liked it. It was nice.
It was really nice.
That was nice.
Thank you. Hi, A-Dub. All right, so ladies, do you want to let the men go first and then let the ladies actually end the show? Or how do y'all want to do final thoughts?
This your rodeo, honey. We just here to be a part of your show.
Well, shout out to the ladies. You guys dominated. Shout out to Magnetar and Rue and Kasim. But ladies, y'all kind of dominated the conversation today. And I love that so much because I love when I actually do get women up here who can actually have a conversation and we can really just get to the nitty gritty. So fellas, I'm going to start with Ricardo and then Miles. I know you really didn't get to come up and say much and I'm so sorry. But Ricardo, go ahead and go first and then Miles and then we'll end it with the ladies.
Okay, so I just wanted to say as part of my final statements, I think Miles brought up a really good point. He grew up in a house where he only saw natural, and I think if that's the angle more people want to go in, I think that's what we're going to have to start seeing more of, more of our maternal figures having that natural look, as opposed to the alternatives, So I think he made a very good point in saying that. As far as the hair and makeup thing in and of itself, again, I think it's just as long as it's not a reflection of knowing the most and a byproduct of a negative self-image, I think all those things are okay when it's done correctly. But when we start getting into, as I was saying earlier, I'm gonna keep using the word excessiveness. I think that's when it becomes a problem. And then lastly, thanks for having me, Roxy. Thank you.
It's such a pleasure, Ricardo. You know you are welcome anytime. Every time you've come up, it has been such a good conversation. I wish you gentlemen would have came up earlier, but I understand the game is on. It's a busy weekend. I just wanted to kind of give y'all another great show. So I appreciate you so much, Ricardo. All right, Miles, what you got for me? The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. The big thing I want to finish off with is the children see the habits of the parents. So any negative or positive habits that you show, the kids are watching and learning from you.
I agree. And that's why we also said that earlier today, you know, we do need to set better examples as women overall and love ourselves and learn more about ourselves, because we do need to pass it down. But I do need people to understand, just because a woman is wearing weaves and wigs does not mean she doesn't love herself. It does not mean that she does not know her hair. A lot of times my hair, I showed my hair earlier. If y'all want to check it out, I have it in my clips, in my shorts. But, you know, my hair has flourished because I learned my hair, and my hair loves low manipulation. And I just like having fun. So high manipulation with high ponytails, coloring my hair, all the fun things that I would love to do with my hair would actually not be healthy for my hair, which is why it's just so much easier to not only wear my natural hair when I want to, but wear the braids, wear the wigs, wear the weaves. I like my nails being long, but sometimes people have brittle nails. So it's all about just what a person feels enhances them. But I do understand how you guys can say the closer to natural, the better. And as a cosmetologist, I do try to preach that, to enhance your beauty instead of covering your beauty. All right. Anything else, Miles? I know I kind of cut you off.
Nope. That was it. Thank you very much for the opportunity and your time.
Thank you so much. All right. So the White School Podcast, thank you so much. This is the first time that you came up, and it's such an honor. Thank you.
I've been watching you here and there. I'm like, I'm doing some stuff while I'm typing or sewing. I'm like, oh, Little Girls West. Oh, I love that title. So thank you for having me today. I just think this is a really big, important topic, because as for people that can do a lot and that has been the inspiration for so many industries, we often get the most backlash. And I really appreciate you just having a genuine conversation, just bringing things out, just asking the questions. Like, you're getting the female's input and you're getting the male input. It's not a complaint. It's just the input, you know, and the perception about, you know, these spaces that we interact with each other in relationships. And just more importantly, you know, just for the women to have confidence in themselves. And if you need to lose the weight too, you may look 10 years younger. That may just be the solution. Or treat your hair underneath, like, or go to a black owned business that knows the science of your hair and to help it thrive, you know. But there's still those beautiful clip-ins that help your hair, because everybody hair isn't big and full like Rogue C. Sometimes you want a little volume, you got to get the clip-ins, even though it's still natural, you know. But it's just I just need a little help. And
as the young, don't get it twisted now. I love some,
you know, it's just sometimes it's not that big, you know, like that deep cope that men think that we're doing sometimes. But I do appreciate the men saying, like, don't rely on it as a crutch and hide. You know, we can do better. You can do better every day that you have above the ground. That you can make one step better. You can make one habit better. And that's all that really just needs to happen. You know what I'm saying? So I really appreciate the conversation. And just have better communication. Yeah. As we've seen with how it went left, it's all a communication thing. So I do respect them in that we're honest and communicated that honesty in a respectful manner. And that's all we need.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. You are more than welcome anytime. I know, like I said, I like to throw a little controversy, but I also do kind of like to have some chill conversations. And, you know, your girl posts her clips and shorts from these lives. I also do the pre-records. So if you also just want a chill vibe, the pre-records are always a chiller vibe, because, you know, it's just me talking and doing my poetry and things. So feel free to pop up in the chat when we do that too. All right, Miss Robbie.
Hey, love. Hey, love.
Hi,
Hey.
love.
Hey, I'm gonna try to come through when it's some more of a chiller vibe, because I do like your content. Other than that, thank you for having me. This is a good conversation, but I cannot express this enough. Women, your validation does not come from strangers on the internet. And let me give you the apology from your mother if she didn't instill that into you.
Yes, ma'am.
You are the center of your own universe. And if you don't have a good understanding of self-love, of self-care, if you are not comfortable in the skin that you're in, and you are a ship being tossed aboard about the sea of instability that is public opinion, you ain't never gonna be all right. You ain't never gonna be a good mother. You ain't never gonna be a good wife. You ain't never gonna be a good friend because you don't know yourself. Can't nobody tell you nothing more about you. When you were born into this world, from the first moment that you took breath, you were valid. Period.
I love that. Yes, and confidence in self is universal. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to you, Raw. Thank you so much, Wife School Podcast. Thank you so much, Ricardo. Y'all, I love the fact that when Lover Gang comes through, we get the knowledge, we get the answers, we get to the solutions, and we just get to the love. No matter how much we can go through with it, I appreciate y'all. I do want to shout out real quick. Shout out to everybody that helped us with our goal today. The Wife School Podcast, for sure. Red Lipstick Vibes, as well as Magnetar, Rue, and Kasim. I appreciate you so much. So, White School Podcast, I'll go ahead and tell you my little final thoughts in closing real quick. So I hope that we can take away from this tonight, right? We spend so much time arguing over the packaging that we forget to ask what's inside. A wig doesn't make someone kind. Natural hair doesn't make someone loyal. A fresh haircut doesn't make someone faithful. A full face of makeup doesn't make someone dishonest. Beauty might get attention, but character keeps it. So maybe the goal isn't to be the most natural or the most glamorous, right? Maybe it's to become the kind of person whose beauty doesn't disappear when everything comes off at night. And, that's how I kind of just want to make sure when I'm talking about men and women's business, or the men arguing about women being in men's business, I just want to make sure that we understand that authenticity, no matter what it's packaged in, is the matter of the fact for a lot of us. So I appreciate you again for rocking out with me tonight.
Thank you, Rosie. You're just so beautiful. And this is what I believe Black women are when we really get to just be, feminine and expressive, because there's so much in us that the world doesn't get to hear because they're speaking for us. And it's hidden behind stats, and, we're people. And I just love how you formulate the conversation to make it authentic, because that's what we need now more in this AI and all this stuff. The few people to keep us grounded. So I thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. I'm going to be on the lookout for your content. I know you said content fatigue, but if you even start doing pre-records, I'm going to be in there. Because I think it's really important, especially when we do have people that can teach women what just femininity. I think it is time for us to kind of come back to where we are supposed to be as women. And that is not when men say, go back to the kitchen. No, it's strictly about just women knowing what your true power is in womanhood, and not trying to compete with men, not trying to be something that you're not. And I think women have been doing this for so long that we are tired. So I'm happy to see that there are women who are willing to teach the game to us. So I appreciate all you do.
Yeah. You're doing good, because, that guy out there, he was going a little bit left there. That's what. But okay, well, how do you not combat that? I don't have to match the energy. Well, okay.
Right.
We have a little misunderstanding. So, you're absolutely right. We weren't taught as young kids. We weren't taught as little girls or whatever. Like you said, we're getting beaten for runs and stuff like that. So just plugging in those missing holes and connecting the dots is all what we need. We're already intelligent. We just have to be shown and implement. That's all.
Thank you again. I'm going to try to do at least twice a week while the summertime is going. So feel free if you want to pop in anytime. And I just appreciate you. Thank you so much again, Lover Gang. I hope everyone has an amazing day. I turned the music up on myself. That's crazy. I don't even know how to end my own show. Thank you so much, Lover Gang. I appreciate y'all more than ever. And we will see y'all in the next one. I hope everyone has a good evening.